Court will come to order. It is Monday, March the 25th, 2024. It's 9 o'clock in the morning and the Kerr County Commissioners Court is now in session. Please stand for the prayer and the pledge, led by Commissioner Ogle.
Heavenly Father, we thank you for the many blessings you have bestowed upon us, foremost for allowing us to live in the beautiful hill country. We thank those that protect us and the employees that serve the county. Open our hearts and our minds to the people here today and the business at hand. In your name we pray. Amen. Amen. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Please be seated. We start every meeting by reminding everyone to either turn this off or turn it to vibrate so that it doesn't interrupt the proceedings. Next on the agenda is public input. We've got two requests. First one is George Baruti.
Yeah, he's standing room on it.
George Rudy, 1616 Glen Road. Thank you for having me and not throwing me out. So I come here and frankly, I'm as tired of coming here for this same stuff as you are, but Judge, you just keep doing it, man. You keep putting out information that isn't even factually correct. So just to clear up the misunderstandings that were quoted in the most recent Community Journal article, the case with Mr. Ballou did not speak to anything about what this court has done or not done. It didn't speak to what the judge has done or not done. The facts actually bear out that you did more than just refer the case. You sought out someone to take the case, and when you didn't get the response from the county attorney that you were hoping for, you shopped to the district attorney. And when you weren't sure whether you'd get that, you actually, I won't say threatened, but you basically pressured, are we going to have to take this to a higher level if you're not going to take it? So your hands aren't clean in the process. Now, I wouldn't go so far as to call it a conspiracy, because a conspiracy involves more than one person, I would think. And best I can tell, there was only one person really pushing this. There's the other aspect of it that makes it seem like there's more to it than you've led people to believe is various people put in public information requests to see your correspondence with various people. At no time did you have anything to do with this case, yet you're claiming to have had a attorney-client privilege with an attorney that would not have taken this case and would not have been part of your, would not have taken you on as a client as far as going against another commissioner or the body taking it on, because it just wouldn't have happened. You essentially put Ms. Stebbins in an awkward position of having to claim that she was or wasn't acting as your attorney in these cases. And that's the reason you're telling the Attorney General that you can't provide this information publicly. Sir, the information is public information. It had nothing to do with anything legal, because you had admitted that you had nothing to do with this case. You couldn't have had an attorney representing you on this case. You weren't the prosecutor or the defendant in this case. And you've done a disservice to the people. And you, frankly, the position that you sit in, I honor that position. I've lost a lot of respect for you as far as how you handled this situation. You can't just be a public official and keep the citizens away from the information they rightly deserve. At least with Mr. Ballou, he can say that whatever mistake he made was 50 years ago. Yours is ongoing. As you sit in your chair, you are preventing citizens from it's unchallenged yet, but in my view, you violated the Public Information Act. And I expect to pursue it a little bit further in a little different manner. I'm going to actually have to ask, you claimed you hid behind having the county attorney as your attorney in this case. I'll have to reach out to her directly and ask for that, whether that's true or not. it puts her in an awkward position, but what choice do I have? She has you to thank for that. You could have just been open. There can't be anything in those emails that have anything to do with anything. Yet, as soon as this case is over, you somehow, a case you had nothing to do with, you somehow want to put yourself back in front and link yourself up to that case. And I'm sure my minutes are up, so I'll stop right there. Thank you for all you do, sir.
As you know, you cannot have any response. Moving on to the next public input is Terry Hall. Did you want to speak this time or at 1:31?
If you don't mind. Terry Hall, 118 Independence. I'm with Liberty in Action, and it's about agenda item 1.31 regarding the tax increment finance zones. There's very strong points against that in the GOP platform for a reason, and it's a targeted tax. Texans have a unique constitution, and we are protected from such targeted tax zones. In fact, I was just prevailing in an appellate court case regarding that. So at the end of the day, we don't want it. It's going to increase taxes, and it's actually going to take away taxes that would normally be going to the county and putting them to this specific zone, which then means that you would have to raise the tax burden on everybody else in order to make up for that loss in local tax revenue, because it's going to be going to some special interest or some project. And I have to make a note that this really doesn't even comply with the Open Meetings Act, because it doesn't have sufficient specificity to notice the public about what the zone involves. It doesn't tell us the location, it doesn't tell us the amount, it doesn't tell us the length of time, or even the purpose of what it's for. So even if you were to take action today, it could be legally challenged because it was not noticed within compliance of the Open Meetings Act. So, and I think especially the timing of doing such a zone after this election, when we're going to have a whole new court here shortly, I don't think this is the time to enact a zone that usually goes 30 plus years. We should wait for our new commissioners to be seated to do that. So with that, that's all I have to say.
Technically, you were out of order because if you're going to talk about an item on the agenda, you wait till that item is called. I understand your eagerness to address the court, but if you'll check 131 is a discussion item. So with that, we'll move on to the commissioner comments.
You start with me?
Yep.
Busy, 2 weeks. I don't know how much rain Dawn got. I got 2 inches of rain in the last 2 weeks. I got a half inch last night. Brought it to 2.
You're the winner, I bet.
Winner.
Well, I didn't get to check how much I got tonight, but we have gotten some rain. Everything's nice and green. So the burn ban is lifted for precinct 2. Praise the Lord. However, I attended an eclipse coordination meeting last Wednesday night with all of our first responders who were working so hard on the eclipse planning. And at that meeting, the fire chiefs who were present asked me if the court would be willing to, or the individual commissioners would be willing to impose a burn ban just during the eclipse. So we kind of got around to it. The proposal is to put a ban in place from April 5th through Tuesday, April 9th. I will certainly be doing it for precinct 2. This is just precautionary. With heavy traffic and potential gridlock, the last thing we want to do is encourage any activity that would result in firefighters having to respond when it's going to be very difficult. So I hope the public will understand. It really isn't because there's a high risk of fire, but it's just precautionary. So there's one less thing that we have to worry about and be concerned about traffic impeding a response. So if the other commissioners would like to do that, that'd be wonderful. And volunteer firefighters will appreciate it. Otherwise, I've been reviewing the reports submitted by Dee Guerrera on the sewer project. We're going to talk about that a little bit later today, so I'll hold any further comments. I did hold a town hall meeting in Centerpoint last Tuesday, and I'll be holding another one here in Kerrville tomorrow night. It's 6 p.m. at the Hosanna Lutheran Church. A host of topics and information, so if you're interested in attending, you can pick it up off my Facebook page or off my website, richpaces.com. And I just have to put in a plug, since this is the last Commissioners Court meeting. On behalf of the Centerpoint Area Historic Preservation Association, they have a fundraiser on Saturday, April 6th in the historic park in Centerpoint from 11 to 3, food, music, fun. So if you're not afraid to venture out on Saturday when it shouldn't be too bad, we're trying to take advantage of a lot of excess people in town, and maybe we can raise some extra funds for the much needed park. That's it.
Rick?
Well, I didn't have 2 inches, but I have had 1.30 inch, I believe, maybe slightly more than that. So catching up a little bit, which is good news. I agree with Commissioner Pace's sentiment. However, I don't believe state law allows us to do that with the current Keach Byram Index. However, I do believe the judge may be able to do it there through his powers as declaring an emergency, may be able to do that specific date as an emergency item. General comment.
Yeah,
I'm not going to review it yet with the county attorney.
yeah, we need to check that. I agree with the deal, and I'll be talking to the 4 fire chiefs in my precinct. But that's probably, you're probably right on that. So we'll check with the county attorney. And rain-wise, I dumped 2 tenths out of the gauge here at the courthouse this morning, probably about the same at my house, about the same last week. So y'all are the winners, 3 and 4. I mean 3 and 1. So anyway, that's all I got.
Okay. Let's move on to the consideration agenda. Item 1.1 is a presentation regarding the 2023-2024 livestock show contest results. The students will present this. I don't understand.
Good morning. My name is Jennifer Smith. I am the 4-H agent here in Kerr County. And every so often we like to come to court and bring some of our kids that have participated or have done something that deems being brought to the court's attention. And so today we have brought some of our kids that have either participated in, well, they've all participated in some kind of judging contest, some kind of team competition. Many of them have also competed in livestock shows. As some are aware, we have finally finished the stock show season for this year. Austin finished up this past weekend. And so these kids have been on the road a lot, going anywhere from the State Fair, Fort Worth, San Angelo, Houston, Austin, San Antonio. They've gone all over the state, either stock showing with their animals or competing as teams. And so today, we just want to recognize some of them and just let everybody know that these kids are doing more than just going to school and staying, in the community. They're going out and promoting Kerr County as a whole. And so some of the contests that they have participated in, consumer decision making, robotics, range and plant ID, sheep skill-a-thon, swine skill-a-thon, beef skill-a-thon, wool judging, horse skill-a-thon, and food challenge. And some of those contests have been in multiple locations, multiple stock shows. The horse judging team, we are happy to announce they qualified for state roundup in June. So our senior team will be attending A&M and representing us there. We do have our District 10 spring roundup coming up in April, where more of our teams are going to compete, and hopefully we'll have more qualifiers for the state competition in June. So what I'd like to do is bring up our kiddos and have them introduce themselves and what contests they have participated in and how they did. So we want y'all just kind of start lining up here. Who wants to go first? Okay, come on, y'all just line up behind
Why don't we just take a minute and get y'all to go ahead and line up and stand out in the hallway. That way we make it a lot faster. And just to clarify, after you speak, if you would go ahead and come up here so we can get a picture of everybody at the end. Okay?
Yes, sir.
That way we'll move from there to here and get a little bit more efficient.
Hi, my name is Callie Weiser. I competed for plant identification and wool judging. In San Antonio, I got 8th place individually, and as a team, we got 2nd place at San Antonio. And then At Houston for Plan ID, I got 18th place, and then for wool judging, I got 22nd place.
Congratulations. Very good.
Hello.
Yeah, we're gonna do it all the time.
Hello, I'm Kit Bamridge, and I show swine, and I placed first in Kerr County livestock skillathon. And I also do grass judging. I placed 18th in individual and 3rd high team.
Congratulations.
Houston.
Hi, I'm Lily Bainbridge, and I have competed in livestock judging. I got 3rd here in Kerr County, and I also competed in the San Antonio one. I didn't place then. I showed my barrow this year, and I got 1st in county, and I also went to Houston and placed 9th as an individual and 3rd as a team.
Congratulations.
I'm Addison Weiser. I competed at Fort Worth with Plan ID, and I got 5th place. I also did Plan ID at Houston, and I got 4th place, and I also participated at Houston and Wool.
Congratulations. You're gonna have to speak up.
Hi. Sorry. Hi, my name is Cindy Clemens. I competed in Kerr County Livestock Skillathon and got 2nd place. I participated in Austin and San Antonio for Sheep Skillathon. I didn't place in those two. And then in San Angelo, I competed, didn't place then, but okay. And I show goats. I got 1st place in showmanship.
Congratulations. Yeah. You can stand in front of one of these taller people, okay?
I'm Madeline, and I participated in horse judging, and I placed 4th individual in District 10, and my team placed 3rd.
Congratulations.
My name is Samuel Hall. I guess I'll start with the big one. We're going to state in horse judging. We got 3rd place as a team. And then robotics, her, me, and another individual we placed 8th at Austin Rodeo.
Congratulations. Up here. Up here.
My name is Gus Lockwood, and I competed in consumer decision making at San Angelo and San Antonio. At San Angelo, I got 1st place, and at San Antonio, I did not place. I also competed in Sheep Skillathon, but I did not place. In San Angelo, and I did not place.
Congratulations.
I'm Renly Fiddler, and I competed at consumer decision making in San Angelo and San Antonio.
Congratulations.
I'm Benjamin Hall, and I competed at Houston horse judging. I got 1st place in district, 3rd place as a team, and 5th place individual.
Congratulations.
My name is Julie Lipka. I was also on the team that got 3rd place at Houston in horse judging. As an individual, I got 5th in the reasons at Houston, and I was also 4th in District 10. And as a team, we won District 10 at Houston. I also competed in Sheep Skillathon. I got 2nd at State Fair, 1st at San Angelo, 2nd at San Antonio, and 3rd at Austin. I also did livestock skillathon at our county, and I got 1st in that. And I got 2nd place at an invitational over the summer in livestock skillathon. And I also made the top 10 in the horse skillathon at San Antonio.
That's a whole lot of congratulations. This way.
Hi, my name is Sutton Alexander. I'm 11 years old. I go to ENISD. I got 2nd place with my Dorper Grandstand. I got 5th place in Sheep Skillathon in San Angelo. I went to San Antonio and Austin for Sheep Skillathon. showing livestock has taught me is to be responsible and how to take care of an animal. And my favorite thing about showing is to be with my friends and family.
Congratulations.
Good job.
Hi, my name is Jonathan Hall. I attended the San Antonio horse judging, the Houston horse judging. I was part of the team that won first at district and won third at Houston team. And I also attended consumer and robotics in Austin.
Congratulations.
Good morning. My name is Francie Lockwood, and I am a part of the plan identification team, the consumer decision making, and the food challenge team. We recently went to San Angelo in the Houston Livestock Show for consumer and plan ID. I do not remember my placing, but I know we all did it really well. And I went to the San Antonio Livestock Show for an independent food challenge. And we are currently preparing for district and hoping to do well.
Congratulations. Bring you up on this side over here.
Howdy, I'm Reland Fiddler, and I placed at the San Antonio Consumer Decision Making Contest, and I placed 14th out of, don't quote me, 108.
All right. Congratulations.
I'm Tyler Green, and I was part of the Houston horse judging team, and we placed third team, and then I got 12th place in individual score, and for districts we got first team, and I got first place in individual score.
Congratulations.
Hi, my name is Haley Green, and
There you go. Go ahead.
Hi, my name is Haley Green, and my team got third place in the senior division horse judging at the Houston Rodeo, and we will be attending state in June.
Congratulations. Good job. Anyone else out there? Okay, here's what we're going to do this. I'm going to get Samuel right here in the middle because you're the tallest. And then just, let's feather down both ways. If you're taller than somebody, step behind it. Okay, let's get everybody up here. Big picture. We're going to stand up.
The short guys get in front of him. Shorter guys get in front of him.
I got people back here we can't see.
Okay. Stuff like that.
I need a couple of y'all to go to this side. I need a couple of y'all to go to this side. Yeah. There you go.
There you go.
There, we're going to make it.
Okay.
And commissioners, if y'all can see me, then I can see you. So.
All right.
All right, ready, and smile. Lift those chins up. Be proud. And 1, 2, 3. One more. And 1, 2, 3. And I think maybe moms. She's talking to children. After all.
Hey guys. Y'all get to go to school now, huh?
That's my plan B. That's what I'm going to do when I I watch you all the time.
Always exciting to have the kids here. We're a little late on the next timed item. It's a 9:10 item, and that's 1.2. Consider discuss take appropriate action on a request to allow the Kerr County Child Services Board to place a sign on the courthouse grounds for the month of April for Child Abuse Awareness Month. Nellie Irvin.
Hello, that was a hard act to follow. Good morning, court and judge. I'm with the Kerr County Child Services Board, and we are we're a nonprofit organization that is actually statutorily mandated. Some other counties call it their Child Welfare Board. We fall under the Commissioner's Court, and we help children who have been abused through the court and that have been taken into custody through the court system. We help with different items that the caseworkers don't have funding for or can't. We work directly with the caseworkers. So April is Child Abuse Awareness Month. We have 138 confirmed cases of child abuse in Kerr County, and we want to just put up our sign on the courthouse square for awareness. So that's what I'm asking.
Got a motion and a second to approve allowing the Kerr County Child Services Board to place a sign on the courthouse grounds to the local paper for Child Abuse Awareness Month. Any discussion?
I just want to thank that whole board for volunteering their time.
Absolutely. So with that, those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Unanimous. Moving on to a 9:15 item, still running a little late. 1.3, consider, discuss, take appropriate action on a request from the Kerrville Christian Homeschoolers to add the nonprofit list for use of the Union Church building in order to receive 50% reduction on the rental fee. Michelle Brzezinski?
Yes, good morning.
Okay.
You're good, Brzezinski. Yes, sir. Yes, good morning. Just as it said, we are a registered nonprofit. We submitted proof of that with our request to appear at this meeting. Letter dated August 2022. We are a nonprofit organization that provides support for other homeschooling families in this community and surrounding counties. And we would just like to be recognized by the city and county on your list.
I'll second.
Got a motion and a second to approve putting the Kerrville Christian Homeschoolers on our nonprofit list for the use of the Union Church building. Any discussion? Those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Unanimous. Thank you. 9:15 item, which is 1.4. Consider, discuss, take appropriate action to accept the annual financial report with included independent auditor's report and audited financial statement for the period ending September 30, 2023, as presented by Armstrong, Vaughn and Associates. There you are. I'm looking for you.
I was out in the hall. You had a crowd this morning. And I guess you didn't make them stay to hear the audit, because it's good news. But not as fun as they were. I want to thank Tanya's group as well as Tracy and everybody else that we harassed during the audit. We are, as I say every year, we're very invasive, but they were very, very forthcoming and gave us everything we asked for. So they did a really good job. Additionally, I think you had 5 journal entries, 3 were PVCs. So we made 2 journal entries and they made 3 after year end. On page 1, and you don't have to turn there, I'm just going to tell you what it says. That's our opinion. It basically says that you have an unmodified opinion and it is a clean opinion. If you turn to page 20 and 21, this is your balance sheet, and I won't go over the whole report. I'm just going to give you some highlights, and then if you have any questions, you're welcome to ask. So if you turn to page 20 and 21, this is your balance sheet. It's shown governmental funds, and it's the way you budget, basically. So the total governmental funds on page 21, you have $62,568,673 in total assets. If you take a look at that, $41 million is available for you to spend. Cash and cash, well, not available to spend, but cash and cash investments. That's the first line. Of that, $30.5 million are in your general fund. If you look down at the bottom, second line from the bottom, you'll see that restricted cash for CenterPoint is $15.4 million, and that is your restricted cash. So in all of your $62 million of total assets, $56 million is in cash and investments. And again, this is showing modified accrual, so you don't see fixed assets, you wouldn't see your debt, compensated absences, those types of liabilities. On page 22 and 23, your total liabilities are $20.2 million. Of that, you'll notice that CenterPoint makes up 9.6 million of that, and then you have 10.2 million in general fund. Of the 10.2 in general fund, 8.2 is unearned revenue. This is basically unspent funds, unspent ARPA funds. Deferred inflows of resources is the next line down. Unavailable revenue. This is basically your municipal fines and your taxes that have not been collected over the years. This only includes tax and court revenue that have been collected 60 days after year end. So that brings us down to fund balance. You have 39.4 million in total fund balance, non-spendable 795, and then you have 21.6 in your unassigned fund balance, and this is what you have that's available to spend in the next year. I'd like you to turn back to, do you have any questions before I go forward?
Say that very last line one more time that you did.
You have 21.5 million that's unassigned fund balance, and that's available to spend in the following year, so the current year that you're in.
Okay, I see where you're at now. Okay, thank you.
So I'd like you to turn back to page 63 and 64. This is your general fund revenue. And this sheet actually shows basically what you look at on a routine basis when you get your financials. It's shown your final budget, your actual amounts, and then your 2022 actual amounts. You have total revenues that you budgeted of $44 million. You actually spent $38.4 million. So you had an unfavorable variance of 5.6, but the bulk of that is ARPA grants that weren't completed during projects, ARPA grant projects that weren't completed during the fiscal year that you budgeted for. Your investment earnings last year in the year that ended 2022 were $257,000. This year, $1.7 million. And again, that's because of the increase in interest rates. If you look at your expenditures, your total expenditures, you budgeted $42.8 million. This also includes ARPA projects that were unfinished. You actually spent $33 million, leaving you with a positive variance of $9.8 million, and compared to the $29.5 million you spent in 2022. You budgeted to have excess revenues of $1.2 million. You ended the year with $5,380,000, so $4,176,000 more than you budgeted to. If you go down to the actual net change in fund balance, you budgeted a negative $1.5 million. That's the third line up. But you actually ended the year with $2.8 million. So that increased your fund balance at the end of the year from 19.3 to the 22.1. Your fund balance is over 6 months, which we consider very healthy. The GFOA recommends 4 to 6 months of operating expenditures in your fund balance, unassigned fund balance. If you look at page 64, this is your road and bridge fund. You had total revenues of $3,380,671. The prior year you had spent very similar, $3,128,000. Your total expenditures were $5.3 million compared to the budget of $6,121,000. So you ended the year with a deficit of $1,967,000. You actually transferred in $2.2 million leaving you with a net positive change in fund balance of $281,810.
And the transfer in was from the sales at the bottom?
It was from general fund. The sale of real property was only $362.
Okay,
Sorry.
thank you.
Yeah. But you had budgeted it for a loss of $786,000. You actually had a positive increase in revenues of $281,810. So your fund balance increased from $955,000 to $1.2 million. The Public Defender's Office is on the next page. And I just, this is the last year that you will see this in a major fund because it's gone to a different county. But you actually had only administration of justice of $367,000, and you transferred that to another county. Do you have any questions on that? I know I'm first.
How many days were y'all here for the audit?
Well, we were here a week. But our practice is we upload a list in the first week of January, I think is when it was uploaded. And so we do a lot of work before we come out because you guys have done a really good job of uploading a lot of information for us. So, and that's really fortunate for us. And it also is fortunate for you guys because it keeps us out of your hair. So,
For sure. Great, awesome.
I wasn't going to go over anything else, except I was going to tell you that we did a single audit, a compliance audit, and we chose ARPA funds because they're considered a little riskier, and then the Lone Star grant. You did have no comments on either one of those grants. And then we issued a letter. We had no issues performing the audit. We did make a verbal comment to Tanya and the judge. And then we had no written comments.
Any questions, discussion?
Sounds great.
If you do, if I leave and you have questions, our opinion letter has our phone number. Please give us a call. We'd love to talk about the audits.
It's always pleasant working with you.
Thank you.
Even through your illness this year.
Oh, yeah. I was out a week and a half after I left here, so that never happens.
There's only a motion to accept the annual audit.
I'll second that.
We've got a motion and a second to accept the annual audit as presented. Any discussion? Those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Unanimous.
Thank you.
Okay, item 1.5 has been passed. Move on to item 1.6. Consider discussion take appropriate action to approve expenditure of Senate Bill 22 funds for salary for a new hire assistant district attorney, intake and grand jury prosecutor from the 216th District Attorney's Office to begin with the first full payroll after the funds are received. Ms. Wilkie.
Yes, good morning. Basically, what I'm seeking approval on is to spend the SB 22 funds that have already been received. Those are not taxpayer dollars. Well, they are, but not local, I should say. All funds are taxpayers. But these are funds that were made available to prosecutors in rural areas this last legislative session, and I'm just seeking permission to basically run them through payroll. Everything, there's not any additional funds needed for my budget. It all comes out of the SB 22 funds, including any additional roll-ups.
Any discussion?
I'm sorry.
Curious, how are you dividing up the funds?
Yes, I can go over that. I have a handout to give you if you'd like.
And it's up to you.
Yeah, no.
I'm more curious.
Oh, that's fine. Wash your hands.
You don't have to talk about any specific employee.
I have a cold, so wash your hands afterwards.
Passing these out. The SB 22 funds were funds that were provided by the Texas legislature to the rural counties, and they do not affect the county budget. This is not the county taxpayer money. It's one of the few times that we've been given funded mandates, and we're very tickled to get the money. So, go ahead, Ms. Wilkie.
Yes, so I've just given you a handout of how I've distributed the funds. One of them, the largest expense is a new hire, a new assistant DA that'll be handling grand jury intake, and then of course handling the grand jury on the day of grand jury, presenting the cases to the grand jury. And it's been a huge help. He started about a month ago, and he's doing a great job, and it's been a great help to the rest of the prosecutors to be able to concentrate on jury trials and pretrial hearings.
Lucy, just a quick question to me. What's your plan for whenever the SB 22 funds dry up?
Well, I don't think at this time there's any plan for the SB 22 funds to dry up. But next year the spread will be a little different because the funds came late in the year this time. So next year the funds will be spread out a little different. Most of them will go for the new prosecutor. At this point, I don't think there's any plan for the funds to dry up. But obviously, if they do, I'll cross that bridge when I get there. I'm going to spend them while I have them.
Question, Brooke, you may not know the answer, but my guess is that we cannot ask you to use these funds to offset county payroll.
That's correct.
That is the law.
That's what I thought, but I just want to make sure that the public was aware of that. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Do we have to approve this or not?
You need to approve it so that it can go through payroll.
Make a motion to approve the expenditure of Senate Bill 22 funds for salary for the new hire assistant district attorney and intake grand jury prosecutor for the 216th district attorney's office.
Second. Got a motion and a second. Any discussion? Then those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Unanimous. Moving on to 1.7. Consider, discuss, and take appropriate action to approve expenditure of Senate Bill 22 funds for salary increases for the assistant district attorneys, investigators in the 216th district attorney's office, beginning with the first full payroll after said funds are received. Ms. Wilson. That's the remainder of this chart that you gave us.
That's correct. That's correct. And again, that will be different next year if there's even any pay increases. But that's for this year only, the rest of this fiscal year.
I move for approval.
I'll second.
Got a motion and a second to approve the allocation of funds as presented by Ms. Wilkie. Any discussion? Those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Unanimous. Thank you.
Thank you.
Item 1.8, consider, discuss, and take appropriate action to approve the Hazard Mitigation Planning Services contract with GrantWorks to develop a hazard mitigation plan update.
Morning, Judge. Morning, Commissioners. Yeah, so you should have a copy of the contract between GrantWorks and Kerr County for development of our hazard mitigation plan. That contract has been reviewed by Ms. Stebbins in the County Attorney's Office, and she had no changes.
And this is what we've been working on for the last 8 months.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Any discussion?
I move for approval.
I'll second.
I'm all right. Judge, sign.
We've got a motion and a second to approve the Hazard Mitigation Planning Services contract with GrantWorks as presented. Any discussion? Those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Unanimous.
Judge, while I've got the podium real quick, I'd like to introduce our new county liaison officer for TM, Shory Harmon. Hopefully we'll be able to have some opportunity.
Name again?
Shory Harmon. To get him in, meet you in your office later on this week sometime. But he was already here, so I thought I'd take the opportunity to introduce him.
And I did declare the disaster.
And you're out at the West Kerr Annex, right?
Yes, sir. Good. Thank you all.
Thank you. Good to meet you. Moving on to item 1.9, consider, discuss, and take appropriate action to authorize Animal Services Director to make possible changes to multiple services provided to Kerr County residents, including but not limited to owner-requested euthanasia, only picking up trapped animals that are high risk for rabies, and not picking up trapped cats. Reagan Givers.
Good morning.
We talked about this last time.
Yes, sir. I gave you guys a heads up about some of it. Just to kind of run through some of this, I guess I'll start with the owner-requested euthanasia. In our advisory committee, it's been proposed that we not euthanize any owner-requested animals anymore, but it's also been suggested too that we do it if we think it's absolutely necessary. which, to be honest with you, is what we're doing already. Right now, you come in, you pay a fee, and we will euthanize your animal if it needs it. We will not euthanize animals that don't need to be euthanized. They're perfectly healthy. So if somebody comes through the front door and they have an animal they want put down, there has to be a legitimate reason for us to do that, either via vet recommendation or obvious trauma, whatever the case may be. Some of these animals come in and they're very old, they're sick, they're dying, and they need to be euthanized. So basically I come to you guys because I want to know what the court thinks about doing that too. Whether we need to continue, stop altogether, or raise our fee. Right now it's $10 to which we can raise and continue, or we can completely stop.
Our recommendation is that we raise the fee to $100, and then, but however, give the director discretion to lower that based on the situation. The vets in the area, as I understand it, generally charge more than that, depends on what vet you go to, and then, but in their charge, you roll up different things, disposals and other things. But there are situations where we have people that, maybe frankly can't afford to go to the vet, and I'd rather have us provide the service rather than people just abandon the animal on the street somewhere. So.
And that would be discretionary with the director?
Yeah, so the fee's $100, but if the person is in a situation that he thinks it should be lower, I would give him that discretion. That's just not good on our.
That $10 has been here since what year?
I'm not sure what year.
It's been so long,
yeah. $10 is too low.
It is.
Yeah.
But I think that it's, honestly, I think that it's a good service. Euthanizing animals is not a fun thing, but out of all the ones, that come through the doors, we have healthy animals, and we have animals that, a humane thing to do. So I think that this is probably the good way to go.
Greg, and I assume it would also cover aggressive or vicious animals.
Yes, sir. So depending on the situation, if you have somebody come in that has a dog that has killed a whole bunch of livestock, things like that, or they come in and they want it, that's going to be something to look at too. It's pretty rare that actually happens, but it does on occasion. But these guys are looking for vet recommendation or legitimate reasons. We're not going to just put an animal down. We just won't do it. We have no problem turning people away if need be.
Well, I particularly like the discretionary facet of being able to determine the absolute necessity of having to put them down, and also giving you the discretion on a needs basis of whether or not people can afford them. I think that's a humanitarian thing to do. And let me also say that I would never second guess what the Animal Services and Kerr Pets Alive and your group has done and recommend on this stuff, because we have a system that is fixed, it's working very well, and the last thing I want to do is unnecessarily meddle in something that's already doing a fine job.
Well, and that kind of goes into some of this other stuff here.
I understand. I'm just letting you know where I am on this.
So
we go over these policies individually? Or just go ahead here.
I recommend hearing them, and then I think it's probably be better to come back with an actual change in the fee schedule or changing it.
I guess we want to have to come back to court to change the fee
My question
schedule.
to you, Reagan, is that $100, is that your number? Are you good with that? Do you want more or less, or?
I mean, people, if it's discretionary, we're still going to have people come in that just can't. I mean, they're coming to us because they can't afford a vet, and it just depends on what those fees are at a vet, whether we're cheaper or what it is, and it just basically comes down to helping.
I can assure you, you're a lot cheaper.
No, without a doubt.
But yeah, I mean, anything's worth a try. If it doesn't work, we can go back and reassess.
Well, go ahead and start talking to us about the policy regarding picking up trapped animals.
So as far as this goes, this has been something that's actually come up quite a bit, which right now, if you trap any animal, you're a city of Kerrville resident or you're a Kerr County, way out in the middle of nowhere on the edge of the county, you trap any animal, call us, we will come and get it. That is not, there's no limit to what we're going to get. So what we're looking at here is some of the time that's spent is a huge amount of call volume to go on these calls for armadillos, squirrels, possums, all the non-high-risk rabies carriers, which are raccoons, bats, skunks, coyotes, and foxes. So you're not going to catch a bat in a trap, but those other 4 you may. And my suggestion is we'll still go and get the high-risk rabies carriers. But to me, I mean, you know, people kind of take advantage of some of these rural places. I mean, you can set a trap and catch something every night. Of course, then you look at the reasoning too, is why are people trapping in the first place? Because it's, I guess, a nuisance to them, and they believe that it's a nuisance. So that's been a question that's come up, and it really comes down to, is that a service that the county wants to continue to provide? And I think that that's one, you know, I'd be okay with. We'll still pick up trapped animals, and of course, this is also if you've got an injured animal or something, depending on the situation, we're still going to go and deal with it. But your run-of-the-mill, hey, I've got a possum in a trap, basically, well, we don't pick those up. And basically leave it on them to either call someone else, a pest control company, or somebody that does trapping, or just deal with it themselves.
I agree with that. For rabies control department, we should only pick up high-risk rabies animals.
Without doubt. People set a trap, they can take care of those.
Why can't I drive across?
It's a lot, it's a huge part of their call volume. So I mean, this is something we'll look at some point, you know, figuring something out. But it's they spend a lot of time picking up these animals.
Okay. Now talk to us about cats.
All right, so cats. So this one's come up, and let me give you a little backstory and explanation of where we're at and why we're here. The reason our euthanasia numbers are so low is because I authorized several years back for Kerr Pets Alive and basically Freedom Fritz to name, you all the main ones, to work with Austin Pets Alive and maybe even others for a barn cat program, which has been very successful in getting a lot of these feral cats out of the facility without having to be euthanized. They're sent, most of them, I believe, to Austin, and they go through their feral cat or their barn cat program. And so basically what that does is that gives us a way to get these animals out without having to euthanize them, and we're not putting them back out on the street here. They're going into a program where someone may want a barn cat. It's not the friendliest cat, but it's a barn cat. So what has happened is, I guess over the past several months, this has been building up. Not only have we been doing that, but other counties, other cities, other organizations are doing the same thing now. They've figured out what our secret was, so to speak. And so they're sending a lot more there, and it's getting a lot harder for these folks, these volunteers, to get these cats out quick enough for us to, you know, for our needs basically. And you guys know we're space-based in the facility, so whenever we fill up, if there's no room and we got cats coming in or dogs, basically whoever's been there the longest that hasn't been reclaimed, they're the ones that may have to be euthanized to make room for the others. And we're getting back into a situation where that is becoming an issue because there's just not enough time to get these animals out. And the reason this is a talking point as well is, I guess probably about 6 years ago, the county allowed for cat, we omit cats from the county order. So the state law says dogs and cats have to be restrained. In our county order, we omit cats. It doesn't apply to cats, okay? So they can run loose out there, and I get it, it sounds funny, because who's going to keep, most people don't keep their cats restrained. This was never something that we were out, heavy enforcing. See a cat out, okay, but that's pretty much a complaint-based enforcement type of situation, because what you do is you have people that trap, and why do they trap? Because they believe that there's a nuisance. And so we have a lot of issues out there with cats. That's why we end up with these cats, is because people trap them. My officers do not go out and catch cats. They do with dogs, but cats are different. You're not going to catch a cat unless it's sick or if it's friendly and comes up to you. We just don't do that. We'll only pick them if they're trapped. So basically where we're at here is, since we omit cats from the order, it has opened up the door to ask the question, well, why are we picking them up? It's not illegal for them to run loose, so why are we picking them up? And I agree with that. Why are we picking them up? Well, the reasoning is because they're a nuisance for somebody and they've trapped them, and so we're trying to help. So basically what we've gotten to here is, and it's been okay because they've been able to move these animals, and it hasn't been a big problem because of all the hard work they put in to get them out. But now we need to make a decision on what we're going to do. If we're going to continue to pick up these cats, there will more than likely be our euthanasia numbers are going to come up. So the question arises, well, what are we here to do? What are we going to do? It's really, the problem doesn't seem that complicated. It kind of is, but are we going to assist people with a nuisance condition that they believe is a problem? Are we going to still allow them to bring them in? Are we going to limit how many they bring in? Where's the line of helping people versus helping cats? The euthanasia going up versus, that's why I'm here to ask these questions. I want to know what the court thinks about that, because I can make those decisions, but I want to know what you guys want to do.
Because we get the calls.
We're going to get the calls.
Well, he does too, but we need to support.
But I want it to be known that the decisions that are made on that will affect euthanasia numbers. They will go up. But, as you look at it, this was another part of it. One thing I'm a little worried about, City of Kerrville, I'm not sure that everybody's aware. I don't think I've sat down and talked to you guys about it. The City of Kerrville is actually redoing their animal control ordinance right now. I've actually been a part of that. Kerr has been a part of that. Good little committee. We've been meeting on Wednesday nights for a while. And I think it's a really good ordinance that they're coming up with. It's going to go to City Council pretty soon. Actually, I think tomorrow there's a workshop on it. But I don't want to do anything here with us in the county that's going to, counter any of that. I'm just concerned. This is one of those things that you look at and go, well, like I just said, what are we going to do? Because, like I said, the decisions that are made will affect euthanasia. It's going to go up unless we keep doing what we're doing and or change it to where we're not picking up cats. But then I need to know, what does the court want to do? Do you want to limit people? You want to limit how many cats people can bring in per week? Because that's what we're doing right now. We're doing that right now.
A couple of things on this one, in my opinion. One, I'd like to wait for the city of Kerrville to get their ordinance through, because I think it's helpful, even though not required, for us to try to be in line with the city of Kerrville on animal control issues. So I think we should like to wait. The other thing I'd like to do, and I don't know who's you would contact, but years ago, I'm sure it's over 10 years ago, probably close to 15 years ago, the county approved TNR, which is trap, neuter, release cats. And the idea was that will eliminate cat colonies. Well, I'd like to find out if those cat colonies have decreased with TNR, because in 15 years, those colonies should be down, and there's a couple of groups that do that. And Karen, you may be able to help with that too, or look into that a little bit too. You may know some of the folks. Because I think feral cats are a real problem. They're a problem. One knows I'm a pretty big wildlife opponent, and they're terrible for wildlife. So to me, they are a public nuisance, and I think we need to try to do something with them. We modified state law says you have to control your cats. The court agreed to let things settle down, and you don't have to control your cats. And now the problem is just continuing and it's a problem in my mind, and I think that we need to do something. So, I don't have a definite recommendation at this point, but I think that we need to help the public with the feral cat problem. I guess that's a worthwhile thing for this county.
Kerr would like to say something.
May I say a few words?
Sure. Please do.
I was gonna call on you anyway.
Awesome. Okay, thanks. I'm Karen Guerrero with the Purple Pets Alive, and just to speak on that a little bit, yes, we do have a cat issue in Kerr County. 75% of the animals that end up at animal control are actually from inside the city limits. I want to let you know that every group in Kerrville that helps with the animals is doing our part every month. At least 100 cats, are both friendly and feral, are getting are getting fixed and vaccinated monthly. We're trying to tackle this from all different areas. We're also helping with the bird. I know the city of Kerrville is trying to get the bird city certification. We're working with them, and it's all about everyone working together with animal control. I see a lot of cats come into animal control that are actually owned cats that end up in the feral room that the county has allowed us to go in and socialize and get them back to their owners. So there's a lot of different factors, but know that there's a lot of efforts going on right now to deal with this situation. And our recommendation as far as the committee goes was to not have be picking up the cats, still allow people to bring in the cats. That gives a little bit of a barrier right there, or might reduce the numbers. So it's not all about just saving those cats, it's public safety, and we are doing our part. Just give us a little bit of time to address that, and we can even come back and report to you more on that.
The one thing I want to know.
Yes.
Are you and Reagan working together, and is this a joint recommendation?
Absolutely.
That's what I want to hear.
Good. I think Austin's a great place for these cats. Sounds like a lot of other people figure that out too. You might check with Houston and a few others.
Well, the colonies are being, our community is becoming more dense, and these colonies are being more recognized. HEB had a colony. Now that we've got some growth there, they're fleshed out, and so it's just kind of nature taking its course in a way. But we are identifying the colonies. We know where the colonies are, and they are managed. And there are some good things. A lot of companies do like their colony cat population that's managed, and we would be glad to help if anyone has a colony that needs to be vaccinated. Oh, that's not colony. Anyway, must be time. Any other questions?
So this is really a bring back and forth issue.
On this one, I really want to see what the city does.
Yeah.
And I think
Yeah, we need to.
And I'd like to see written policies.
Right, and so we have a workshop tomorrow at 4 p.m. with the city, and so we'll be going over those.
So this has been an information.
Yeah, and I agree with Commissioner Letts. Let's wait and see what Kerrville does, so that we're more or less in
So
sync
people-
and aligned. But I'm also just, my view on it is, you guys are already doing a great job, and do all you can to neuter and find homes for these cats. But if you can't, and we reach the point where the public's just no longer interested in taking these things, I'm okay actually if the euthanization rates go up. So how you decide whether it's first in, first out, or whatever, that's up to you. If you have a view that there's a particular cat that's more likely to get placed, this hasn't happened yet,
Well, that's been something. Well, and see, because in the past, we don't adopt out the actual feral cats, and that's another thing I'll say. These guys, I'll name specifically, Shelly Sandy has worked with these cats for years. They go in, and you wouldn't even believe how much time they spend working with them. Because when these cats come in, they pretty much all go in the feral room, because no cat likes to be trapped, doesn't like being in a trap, and they all are scared. So we're trying to give them time and let these folks work with them so they can see if they're really feral or if they're not. Because there's a lot of them that aren't, and they end up, hey, this is a friendly cat. They get moved, they can be adopted out to the public. But what I'm getting at is in the past we haven't adopted feral cats out to the public because, they're, well, A, nobody really came for them, they wanted a friendly cat. But, there was a risk there. It's like, yes, here's a cat that if you grab it, pet it, it's going to tear you up pretty good. So, they've just done a real fantastic job of working with them. I just need some assistance with where to go from, Do we continue picking the cats up? Do we stop picking them up and allow people to bring in an unlimited amount? Do we limit the amount they can bring in if we stop picking them up?
Like, what is the limit right now?
Well, we were doing 2.
So people brought in more than 2 cats a week?
Yeah, I mean, there's situations where, so I think, those I can think of within like 1 week was actually 9 over the course of several days. They had a huge problem, they were trapping a bunch. But then you get into, that's a problem in itself, because you get into our 72-hour hold time and us having to put crates in there and put cats in crates and things like that, in order to meet the hold time and make sure we don't, that's basically just a run out of space. But yes, people do, they trap and they bring in. Now, can I stand here and tell you guys that I think that any of this stuff works? I don't know. You could trap 50 cats and bring them all to us in one day. Is that going to take care of your problem? I don't know. But I can tell you that limiting it is not taking care of, like for a lot of people, it's not taking care of the problem. So I'm just trying to be honest with you guys that it's like, I mean, what are we going to do?
Well, fashioning these policies is a work in progress. And we're still waiting on the city council. You see what the city does. And y'all refine your recommendations and put together the written policies that you're going to recommend to us.
And just from my standpoint, I'm fine with people having to bring cats in. I don't know that we need to go pick them up. And I'm fine with the limit, but I think we need to have a policy that we do accept them and either try to adopt them out, and if, worst case, euthanize them. But, I think if you limit the number, you certainly are helping the adoption side of it.
Right. Yeah.
So, thanks. With that, we're going to take our morning break, and we run a little late. I apologize.
Before you go, I just had a question on for the traps, the trapping of animals. Did y'all want to make a decision on that one today and pass anything, or do you want to come back?
I'd rather have a written policy. I mean, I think it's good to have it in writing so that Greg and them can hear the court, here's the policy.
Okay. So continue on like you have been now.
But on the first 2 items, you can go ahead and write the policy up and then bring it back next court, and we can go ahead and approve those.
Okay.
So at this time, we're going to take our morning break. I'll be back by 10:15. Before we come back to order, we will now proceed to the timed items. We're going to come back to 110 through 113 after we finish these 10 o'clock timed items. First one is 1.14, public hearing for revision of plat, Bandera Hill subdivision. I convene the meeting to order. Is there anyone here who would like to address the court with regard to Bandera Hill subdivision, lots 22 and 23? There being none, then we'll adjourn the public hearing and move on to item 1.15. Consider, discuss, take appropriate action for the board to set a public hearing for 10 a.m. on May the 13th, 2024 for a revision of plat for Wild Ranchland Section 2, tracts 97 and 98. Mr. Hastings.
Thank you, Judge. This proposal revises and combines two existing tracts. Tract 97, 49 acres, and Tract 98, 71 acres will be combined into Tract 97R, 120 acres. Road frontage will be on Camino Wyo East and El Dry Pasture. The county engineer requests the court set a public hearing for 10 a.m. on May 13th, 2024 for revision of plat for Wild Ranchland Section 2, tracts 97 and 98.5, page 357 through 360, precinct 4.
I move for approval.
Second. We've got a motion and a second to approve setting a public hearing for Wild Ranchland Section 2, lots 97 and 98 for 10 a.m. on May the 13th of this year. Any discussion? Those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Unanimous. Moving on to item 1.16. Consider, discuss, and take appropriate action regarding proposed concept plan addressing the requirement of a water availability study as required by the by the Kerr County Model Subdivision Rules for revision of Lot 94 in Hidden Valley Ranch. Mr. Hastings.
Thank you, Judge. I've been asked if this would be an acceptable method, and I said, I don't know. This is a court decision. Let's take it to the court. This proposed revision of plat would divide Lot 94 into 3 lots, 94A, 2 acres, 94B, 2.78, and 94C, 2.0 acres, thus invoking compliance with the model subdivision rules. And that is anywhere a residential subdivision creating 2 or more lots of 5 acres or less is when they kick in. And it necessitates a water availability study on an existing public water system. That's been a topic that we've been trying to tackle, trying to see if there's a way to do this. The developer is seeking concurrence from the court to move forward with a water availability study that utilizes existing data on the Southern Hills wells to obtain the information necessary to complete 30 TAC, Chapter 230, Section 230.1 through and including 230.11 in lieu of drilling new wells. Per a phone conversation that I had with Kabe Korzad, he did confirm in his March 8, 2024 letter that is attached that he erroneously listed that they would comply with 230.2 through 230.11, but that was an error. It was 230.1. They want to comply with everything. However, they are seeking if the court would accept the report once it's done if a new well is not drilled. The county engineer requests the court consider, discuss, and take appropriate action regarding a proposed concept plan addressing the requirement of water availability studies required by Kerr County Model Subdivision Rules for revision of Lot 94, Hidden Valley Ranch, Section 2, Precinct 1. And I believe Kabe is here if you have any questions for him.
I guess I don't see how it complies with 230 water availability studies. So, when we accepted EDAP funds, we obligated Kerr County to comply with the model subdivision rules. We've had a number of different discussions. We've heard from our legal counsel on this, and I just don't see a way to get around it. I'm informed that the law has even been made stricter on this issue. To me, the issue is groundwater is a huge issue here in Kerr County. And relying on anything that's old data just doesn't cut it anymore.
Where do you find that language that says that relying on old data doesn't cut it?
Well, that's what's being proposed here.
I know, I'm saying, where is that the rule? I look at it, and this is any engineering, when you're an engineer.
Yes, sir.
If it's a water issue and an engineer says he can do a water availability study using old data, if I'm going to challenge that, I think the court challenges it, we have to hire an engineer to say he's wrong. Because a court cannot challenge the engineer. If he goes ahead and that's my understanding of engineering law, rules, regulations, whatever you want to call it. So I mean, I think that's the issue. I mean, it's almost goes more to a legal issue. If we get a report from a hydrologist, and happens to be a very renowned hydrologist, that says this qualifies as the water meets the requirements of a water availability study, I don't see it we can say no.
I guess number one, we haven't seen the report.
Right, yeah.
But a lot has happened since the data was obtained that he's already referred to that he'll be using a lot of additional development. So
yeah, but I'm not a hydrologist.
As an engineer and somebody who has looked at a lot of aquifers.
You're a petroleum engineer.
Doesn't matter.
He's a civil engineer.
Anyway, my point, you're not letting me make my point. My point is, you're not using all the data. And to use data that's old, it's that old, I think it's about 2010, is that what I saw?
2010.
Yeah, well, that's 14 years ago.
What's in the regulation? Isn't there specific wording in the regulation that we were using? If there was a water study done within how many years?
Oh, no, we don't, that's not in the regulation, there's no language like that, but.
Charlie, would you expect to get get different information from a new well?
I don't know.
That's right.
Yeah. This is not my area of expertise.
Oh, I understand. But I just wanted to throw that out there.
I don't know that I'm qualified to question what he would sign and see.
Is anybody here?
I thought he was going to be here. I'm not seeing Cave. I thought he was going to be here. I did list him on the agenda so he could speak.
I noticed we have 3 representatives from Headwaters Groundwater Conservation District. Anybody want to?
Well, we've got one signed up to talk. That's Tom Jones.
That would be a good time.
I was just waiting for you to ask. I had a great conversation with Jonathan and Charlie a minute ago. Part of it was what the TAC 230 calls for. And my questions were going to be for Cave, because y'all will not have the answers to that. And I do need to talk to him and get some answers from him, but it is very specific, even from the modeling of it, that they have to do for a complete build-out on a subdivision when they do a water availability study. The rules do not say that you may have an observation well. It says you shall have an observation well. And so you do need an observation well when you do conduct this test. It's not an option. And so if Texas Water Development Board, I think Charlie was indicating they might approve something along these lines, you still have to dig further into the rules and you go to TAC 230.8. And when you get down to there, it starts talking about how you can use an existing well. But to use that, it has to have adequate levels compared to when the well was originally drilled to where they are today to be able to use that well. So our aquifer system is changing all the time. I just had a conversation with Gene the other day about even looking at changing our levels and what we consider a max full aquifer, because they've dropped so drastically over the last 15 years. If this well was drilled 14 years ago, those levels will not be adequate. They will not be comparable, most likely. That's the question that I have for Cave. And he has to sign a report that states that this will be good for 30 years. Well, when that well was drilled 14 years ago, you're halfway there. And you did not have all the information on a complete build-out for a subdivision at the time. So left with that, you could go in and start trying to utilize these old well systems, and you could end up with this situation, the one in Hunt, all these different situations to where you had a platted subdivision, and all of a sudden everybody wants to come in and divide it up into more and more and more on wells that never had a water availability study to begin with. That's the danger you can run into. Now, I'm not anti-growth at all, but I will tell you that water is a very precious commodity here, and we need to protect it, and that's y'all's job.
Yeah. And I agree totally with everything Tom said. But unfortunately, Cave isn't here, so I think, to me, if he does a study and signs it, then it's up to us at that point to say, yes, we'll accept it, or no, we're going to hire an engineer to challenge it.
Right.
That's the process in my mind. I mean, I agree with everything you said.
Yeah, it's a problem, and I don't think that the state should allow us to use old wells, but I'm not.
Yeah,
Well, as a monitor, well, sure.
But you can't do a water availability study without a monitor well.
Right.
And there's a reason for that, so you can measure the gradients and the levels of all of it. So it's going to be a real problem, I think, going in the future, because you're going to set a precedent here that's not going to be able to be controlled later. Then you're going to have everybody coming in and saying, well, we'll use this all well. It could be a real problem for the future going forward. So anyway.
Tom, before you step away, maybe you could help me and perhaps the public as well understand our public water suppliers. When was the last time any of them did a water availability study?
I don't think there's been any. Where's Chris?
Walked out.
Oh, shit. I don't believe there have been any done. We've only had 2 or 3 done recently, and that's it. We had never had a water availability study done here in forever. And Tommy has done 2 or 3 recently, and every one of them, he drilled an observation well.
The ones that have been done recently, in subdivisions, I know Hidden Springs did it, but they're not a public water system, but they did do water availability study. The most recent subdivision on public water system is probably, the same situation as Hidden Spring. Probably falling water. And I don't think they ever did, they haven't done one.
We haven't got it yet, if they did.
I don't believe they did. That's the most recent large public water system that I'm aware of that was done.
And I do know Cobbie's not familiar with dealing with the pigment, which we are. And that's the reason I was looking at those aquifer levels dropping consistently, because the definition of a pigment showed that over a 50-year period, we're going to drop substantially in our water, is what they're projecting. And we're already showing that happening and occurring. And that would be my concern with using old wells, trying to use old levels and say, well, they were good when we put them in, we did get enough measurements to make it safe. Are they considering this area? Because a pigment is a pretty serious thing. There's only 7 in the state of Texas. And it's pretty serious for us to be in that area and to start depleting our resources by being irresponsible, by accepting just whatever the state may say and not challenging it.
What you're saying, if you do the water availability study was done by him, it shouldn't be too hard to find an engineer that may disagree with that. And that gives us a basis for saying that.
Correct.
But I think this just gets us back to the same conundrum that we knew when we passed the new subdivision. And that is that when a developer comes in with a water availability study, that may be technically challengeable. We don't know if it's going to be a good study or not a good study. And we're probably going to have our own expert review whatever is presented to see, is that an accurate representation of what the water situation is.
I've dealt with looking at a lot of Cobbie's reports, and he's excellent.
I know.
He is. But to go down this road, even the day on the workshop he was in here, I was trying to challenge him on some of it then, because I was hearing language I've never heard before. And I don't know if it's because they're trying to change the way that they're viewing all of it, but we've even asked him about the pigment. He was not familiar with, he's never dealt with that in the pigment designation before. And that's huge.
But that goes to the merits of any challenge that we have with what's provided.
It does. It does.
And so really we're speculating about what is Cobbie going to provide us.
Right.
And whether or not that's going to be.
You're 100% correct. That's the reason I was hoping you would be here today. Right. So,
I mean, he could do this study, but it's at his risk or whoever's paying for it.
Correct.
It may not satisfy this court.
Right. But so the public understands and the developers understand. This is a dilemma that the developer faces and the owner of the property faces. You've got to bring us a water availability study that's going to pass muster.
and it would be very high risk for Cobbie or any engineer to sign off on a 30-year without doing a lot of, he's good, without doing a lot of backup planning and working, but he still has to abide by TAC 230. He has to do that. And so I'm not sure how he can do that and still provide that report.
So are we even in a position to act on it?
I don't think so. I think until he does a report, we can't do anything. At that point, we can hire someone to say we disagree with it.
So this issue is really not ripe for determination today.
No.
So,
But it's feedback, it's good feedback.
it is good feedback.
For Cobbie and whoever's likely to be paying for this thing, that just because they go ahead and do it doesn't mean we're going to accept it.
Right.
I would just like, for the record, just to read Kave's letter, since he's not here. I was anticipating him being here. I don't know what happened. But just so the public knows, this is dated March 8, 2024. It was sent to me. Mr. Hastings, Wet Rock Groundwater Services LLC proposes to aid G&H Holdings LLC in completing a certification of groundwater availability for plating form detail in Title 30 Texas Administrative Code, Chapter 230, Sections 230.2, which I called him and I said, "Are you trying to skip 230.1? He said, no, that's an error in my letter. It really should be 230.1 through and including 230.11. G&H is proposing to subdivide Lot 94, 6.78 acre tract of Hidden Valley Ranch Section 2 into 3 lots. The source of water to these lots will be from an existing public water system, Southern Hills, owned by Texas Water Utilities LP. According to the Texas Commission on Environmental Quality, Southern Hills currently serves 325 connections via 4 wells completed within the Trinity Aquifer. G&H will provide a water service agreement with their plat application showing that the water system is capable of serving these 3 additional lots. The existing water supply and water system facilities are sufficient to serve these 3 additional lots. 30 TAC Chapter 230 contemplates drilling wells and conducting aquifer tests to show that the water supply has sufficient quantity and quality of water to serve the proposed subdivision. In addition, it requires groundwater modeling to determine impacts of that production after 10 and 30 years. In lieu of drilling and conducting aquifer tests on newly constructed wells, G&H proposes to use existing data on the Southern Hills wells to obtain the information necessary to complete 30 TAC Chapter 230, Sections 230.2, which we know is supposed to be 230.1, through and including 230.11. Below is a summary of how that will be accomplished. Number 1, he was going to obtain well construction data, including aquifer testing and water quality on the Southern Hills well number 4. Well number 4 is the closest well within the Southern Hills water system that will be serving the proposed subdivided tracts. Wet Rock Groundwater Services conducted the aquifer testing on this well on August 12, 2010, including an aquifer test report that was submitted to Headwaters Groundwater Conservation District. Wet Rock Groundwater Services will analyze the aquifer test data to determine a transmissivity value. The aquifer testing conducted by WRGS, that's Wet Rock Groundwater Services, also included an observation well and a calculated storativity. During that test, the drawdown in the observation well, Southern Hills well number 3, was minimal, making a storativity calculation difficult. We propose to use a published value for storativity from the Trinity Aquifer Groundwater Availability Model, the GAM, from the Texas Water Development Board. Existing water quality data from the Southern Hills water system is available from the TCQ Drinking Water Watch database, which will be used to fulfill the water quality requirements in 30 TAC Chapter 230.3, and WRGS also has geophysical logs of Southern Hills well number 4 that will be used in the report. With the available data from the Southern Hills well number 4, WRGS will be able to complete all of the required information within 30 TAC Chapter 230, Section 230.2, supposed to be 230.1, through and including 230.11, using existing data in lieu of drilling new wells. And then he signed it. If I had any questions, I could call him. So I called and said, "Are you going to be there?" And he said, "Yeah, I'll be there." I said, "Good, because they're going to have questions for you." He's not here. I can't answer for him, but I did want to read that letter so that the public knows this is what this is about.
Well, I think it's been very informative. We'll go ahead and pass on to the next agenda item, which is 1.17. Consider, discuss, take appropriate action to authorize the county judge to execute a settlement agreement with Randall Neighbors. Charlie?
I believe that we need to discuss this in executive session.
Okay. We'll pass that to executive session. And we're going to 1.18. Consider, discuss, take appropriate action on payment request from DeGarrett Construction Company for the East Kerr County wastewater project phases 2 and 3. Will you do that in executive session also?
Yes, sir. Please.
Okay. Be patient with us when we get over there. Next is item 1.19. Consider discussing appropriate action for Commissioners Court approval to purchase the new Ketnire chip spreader. Did I say that right?
Yes, sir.
Ms. Hoffman.
Before you is the sales agreement from Cooper Equipment for a new Etnire chip spreader. This piece of equipment is listed on our 5-year equipment replacement program. The auditor's office surplus the unit that will be traded in. This unit, the unit we're going to trade in is RBU 220. It has already been surplused on February 26th. The purchase of this new unit will be under buy board government purchasing contract number 685-22. It's a 7% discount. The trade-in value of the old unit is $175,000. The final purchase price will be $263,670.53. At this time, I ask the Commissioners Court for their approval to trade in RBU 220 towards the purchase of the new chip spreader and have the county judge sign the same.
Kelly, this chip spreader, is that one we put on for this year in the budget?
Yes, yes.
That's one piece.
Yep.
How many more do we have?
We have completed everything. We just, some of them, we haven't received the order yet.
Gotcha.
But everything is completed as far as ordered or we have in our possession.
Good.
So.
Move for approval.
Second.
Got a motion and a second to approve the purchase of the new Etnire chip spreader as presented. Any discussion?
Just so the public knows how expensive some of this equipment is.
Oh, gosh.
The list price is $436,000 for this piece of equipment. Amazing, but necessary, and this is critical for our road and bridge operations.
Oh, without doubt. How many years will we get out of it, you reckon?
Well, the one we're trading in is a 2018, and I know that Commissioner Pace has, had questioned that. And we were going to surplus it. The problem is with a lot of equipment, especially this one, lots of electronics. And when you're filling up the bin, the hopper bins with the rock to place down on the road surface, that rock is washed, but you still have dust from it. And so there's a lot of dust that gets into these boards, these electronic boards, and you start having problems. I would say if you could get 5 to 7 years without running into some pretty serious electronic issues, you're probably doing pretty well.
Potentially 350 miles, at our rate of 50 miles a year. We shoot for.
And the problem is with it is, you lay out so much oil, and this is the piece of equipment that comes right directly behind it. If you have a problem, you've got all this oil laid down on the road. It just seems everything today has electronics. Sometimes I wish we could get stuff that didn't have any of the electronics, because anytime you've got construction equipment, you've got a lot of dust, and it wreaks havoc on all of your electronic boards.
What kind of warranty do these have?
This one, I'm not for sure on this. I'm not even sure.
I'm guessing like 3 years probably.
Yeah, I would guess. I don't.
It doesn't matter. I mean, we didn't get this.
It's okay.
But I think our whole goal, as you can see, $175,000 is a pretty good trade value.
Yeah.
When we bought this unit that we're trading in, we had kept the other unit a lot longer, and the trade value on it was $50,000. Granted, it was a while back, but this is a pretty sizable trade value on it. So that should help us with our future purchases and kind of keep some of these high costs of the electronics, because that stuff gets really, really expensive when you have to start replacing it.
And we gotta have it.
Yeah, if you want to continue, chip sealing the roads, you do.
Need to do that.
Okay, you ready to vote on this?
Yep.
Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Unanimous. Move on to 120. Consider discussing take appropriate action for Commissioner's Court approval to purchase a brand new 2022 International brush truck. Ms. Hoffman.
Before you is an invoice for the purchase of a brand-new 2022 International CV 515 SFA brush truck. This truck will be installed with a 16 cubic yard chip box that can be removed if need be and turned into a small dump truck. This unit does not require a CDL in order to drive, so any new employee that does not have their CDL yet will be able to drive this unit. This brush truck is on our 5-year equipment list plan. The only difference was we originally had a Ford F-750 unit, which would have required a CDL in order to drive. It was gonna cost $125,000, and instead, this unit that any licensed driver could drive is a cost of $85,647.58. It's a savings of $39,352.42. The purchase is under the Sourcewell contract number 060920-NVS, which you will see in the backup information is a flat $6,000 discount. At this time, I ask the Commissioners Court for their approval to purchase a brand new 2022 International brush truck from Kyrus Truck Centers under Sourcewell contract and have the county judge sign the same.
I move for approval.
I'll second.
Got a motion and a second to approve the purchase of the 2022 International brush truck as presented. Any discussion? Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Unanimous. Item 1.21, consider, discuss, take appropriate action for the Commissioner's Court approval. Name a private driveway, Almosta Ranch Road East. Ms. Hoffman. Almost.
Yeah, I had to have somebody point that out to me in my office. Ellis Main applied through the Kerr 911 office on March 19th to name an unnamed private driveway, Almosta Ranch Road East. This request is to assist with deliveries to this property. Kerr County does not maintain this private driveway. At this time, I ask Commissioners Court for their approval to name this unnamed private driveway, Almosta Ranch Road East, and this is in Precinct 2.
I'll move for approval.
Second.
Got a motion and a second to approve naming the private driveway, Almosta Ranch Road East. Any discussion? There's a subdivision in Lakeway that they call Costalado. Who makes this stuff up? I don't know. So with that, ready to vote?
Yeah.
Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Unanimous. The last timed item is item 1.22. Consider, discuss, and take appropriate action with Commissioners Court approval of a general contract with the Lift Guys, LLC, to install a new bin pack HDS 27X equipment lift for the mechanic shop at Road Bridge. Ms. Hoffman.
Before you is the general contract with the Lift Guys LLC to install the new Benpack HDS 27X equipment list that the court approved. I think it was the last Commissioners Court meeting. We got news that we are going to save a little bit of money. So it probably will be $1,525 cheaper than the initial installation cost, which would bring it to $3,150. I'd like to keep that amount just in case that there is something, but we will not exceed that amount. But I'm pretty confident that the lift rental, for the forklift, we've got equipment that will be able to do that, and he won't have to rent a forklift to do that. At this time, we ask the Commissioners Court for their approval, excuse me, of the general contract with the Lift Guys LLC for $4,675, and have the county judge sign the same. Like I said, I think that it'll be about $1,500 cheaper.
Sounds good to me. I move for approval.
I'll second.
Got a motion and a second to approve the general contract with the Lift Guys to install the new lift at the Road Bridge. Any discussion? Those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Unanimous.
Thank you.
Okay, with that, turn back in your agenda.
Does we have another timed item?
And
Yeah, that's 1.32.
All right. 1.32, consider discussion take appropriate action to clarify the payroll policy for the April 8, 2024 solar eclipse day.
I put this on the agenda based on Sylvia contacted me and refreshed my memory on something we did during budget, and then it kind of clouded how we handle this. Both the sheriff and road and bridge were budgeted funds, overtime funds, for this day to work. And the question then came up from road and bridge is do they follow the policy we adopted last week, which was you get those that basically you don't have to work and you get a admin day, similar to a bad weather day, or do they work and get overtime? And Sylvia asked me, and I said, I don't know. But my thought would be, in looking at it, I'm glad, Kelly's still here, the intent was, I think, that trying to keep as many employees that don't have to work home that day and just give them a personal day that they can take later on.
That is the intent.
Yeah, that is the intent. The sheriff department is probably the one that, the short stick, you have to work. We know that going in. Road and bridge, I don't know that road and bridge falls in that category. They need to be on call, but I would think that we're not going to be able to get much road and bridge work done because the roads we anticipate being snarled. So the question was, which policy, do we go by the budgeted discussion for road and bridge, or do we go by the policy we did last week?
I think a lot of it, at least for road and bridge, our duty for this is to support the sheriff's department with barricades and signs. I think until we really see amount-wise what we're dealing with, I think will dictate a lot. The problem is with us, when it's time for time, is that I already have a lot of people who, by the time we get to the last month of the fiscal year, they have got huge numbers that they need to get down, at that 320. And so we run into issues when we start building a lot of time for time. At Road and Bridge, if they earn a little bit of comp time from a call out on the weekend or at night, I'm a real stickler on we need to get that time used up so we don't end up in September where I've got everybody off and we don't chip seal any roads. And so, for us, when we had Winter Storm Uri and we had, multiple days, it really helped us to not get to that part where all of a sudden everybody's trying to burn up their time at the end of the year. And unfortunately for Road and Bridge, that's the way it falls because we usually start our chip seal program usually in May, if it's warm enough and dry enough. And then we usually will shut down anywhere from the very end of September. And if we're lucky and we have a warm October, we can shoot maybe the first 2 weeks and then we shut it down because ground temperature is getting too cold. So, it's up to the court on that, but anytime where it's time for us, people start to build, comp time type stuff.
I guess the question would be, I don't know where barricades would be needed. I know the city, and I presume all the barricades, one-way streets and all that will be done by the city of Kerrville. So we're talking about the county.
Yes.
And I don't know where in the county we'll be doing stuff. I just don't know.
Dub will be releasing, I can't remember the date, but Dub will be releasing that traffic control plan.
My understanding in all the meetings I've attended is that we will not be closing
No.
county roads.
No.
So we'll have some of the sheriff's deputies or possibly even some volunteer firefighters directing traffic so that traffic lights on major intersections don't screw up the timing and we can let a lot more people go in one particular direction where there's need. But in terms of barricades, I don't know. I don't think there's too much in the
it's my
county.
understanding, and Sheriff, you correct me if I'm wrong, like in my precinct, people coming from Hunt on 39, right after the event, they're going to be funneled out 27 to Highway 41 or something like that to get to 10.
Correct, and I'm gonna be talking about that in 3.2, but yes,
Okay.
correct.
And I think at that location, I think TxDOT is gonna have a message board sign at that location to help with that. And I think that there might be another 1 or 2 locations with a message board.
There's at least one, if not 2 more locations.
Yeah.
Sure.
Where traffic's just gonna be diverted.
Yes.
It's gonna flow.
The whole thing is to get people onto highways that will get them, most of them, to
Back
I-10.
towards Austin or whatever.
Yeah. And so, we've worked on this for 2 years. I think, I think the public, does have some concerns, but I can assure the public, we've been working on this for a long time. And there is a plan. Some of the locations TxDOT will take care of, some the city of Ingram, city of Kerrville, and then Kerr County. So, if all of a sudden the sheriff's department calls us and says, man, we got a bad spot over here, we need you to bring in a barricade with this verbiage on it, we'll be able to go and help them with that.
I guess, I'll leave it up to you, but I don't want to pay employees overtime for sitting at the office.
Right.
At Road and Bridge Yard. We can't go out and do work.
Yeah.
If we need a select group up there, that's one thing, but I'm not in favor of your whole department reporting to work and getting overtime on a day like that.
Right, and what we're hoping is we don't have to do something like that. Like I said, I hear varying things. I just read an article this morning that because kind of our location, the length of the total eclipse, but that we've got a major interstate that runs through, has dictated why Kerrville, Texas is the one that's supposed to have the highest number. State of Texas is supposed to have over 1 million, but now places are starting to talk about the possibility of 500,000. I don't know if that's true, but so.
Well, I agree with you.
But
You need to be prepared.
I think the main thing is, if you don't get those barricades in place, Friday before, you're not gonna get them in on Monday.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah.
if we're gonna put any kind of barriers or barricades or.
We're gonna get
other
the things out
signs, they need to
on
be well
site.
ahead of
They're
time
just
to the
gonna
side of
be,
the road,
yeah.
Where a sheriff's deputy or whoever's gonna try to use them can drag them out.
Yeah.
Otherwise, to try to put them in place on Monday.
Yeah.
And I'm only gonna add that the city of Kerrville has put their traffic plan on their website, kerrvilleeclipse.com. So you can review it, and it talks about how they're
Yeah.
redirecting traffic and all that, so.
We're gonna try to chain ours to something because we have a fear of people going, ooh, I'd like to put that out on my road.
Yeah, a souvenir from Kerrville.
Yeah.
So, I guess to answer the question, because the question came from HR on how to code this. Any employees that you think have to work that day would get overtime. Other employees that don't have to work get a comp day. We get what do we call it, admin day.
Yes.
And that's how it works, so it's not the whole department. Okay.
I mean, our hope is to not have to be fully staffed.
Right.
That's what we hope for.
Yeah, and the problem, Ms. Bates said, it probably makes sense to have a skeleton crew there because you're not going to get them there if you need them.
Yeah.
And that's the risk we take. It's not the whole department.
We're gonna try to keep some out on the west end.
Sure.
Yeah.
Some out on the east end, and then we'll have the central location where the main office is.
I think they can all get there at Nubia's house.
Okay.
Well,
So
and some of those supervisors, they'll be taking their trucks home that normally don't.
Sure.
And they'll be equipped with some extra barricades, some extra signs. So if we do get a call from the sheriff's department that they've got another location that needs something, we'll be ready to go.
That sounds good.
It's a combination.
So, do we need to?
There's no action. I think it's just clarification because HR, they didn't know how to code it because it gets complicated.
Just real quick, this is for you guys.
This is.
Just so we're clear, that's the handbook policy from from the county. And so we kind of took care of this during the winter storms. And we have policy and we have Encode set to follow that policy. There was just some changes or some ideas about whether we would do comp time, but if we follow the policy, those codes are already in code. And since we've already used that, everybody should be familiar on what we need to do with that. If we use that, it was just a change in the idea, I think, when this first came up about the eclipse, instead of using our essential employee emergency time that was in our policy.
Yeah, law enforcement, you're different. Yeah, and I agree with
They have a
that.
written policy.
Yeah, and I agree with that. Yeah,
That's what we're doing.
I agree with that.
I'm looking at my HR director.
Yes.
Are you clear?
Enter, yes.
Okay.
She's clear. The policy that we did last time was really the employees outside, outside those that deal with emergency stuff, which is road, bridge, generally, and law enforcement.
So this has basically been clarification. Is there any action that we need to take?
I don't think so.
Everybody good? Okay. Let's go back onto the agenda and go back down to we skipped over with the timed items. That goes back to 110. Consider, discuss, and take appropriate action to appoint Albert Martinez to the Emergency Services District Number 2.
Yes, Albert's not here, but Albert's actually been a member of our ESD number 1 for some time, and he moved to
Number 1 or number 2?
number 1, and he moved to Mountain Home, which puts him in ESD number 2, and so happens we had a vacancy. So I move for approval on this, and he'll get with Judge Ragsdale to get sworn in for that position.
I'll second.
Got a motion and a second to appoint Albert Martinez to the Emergency Services District Number 2. Any discussion? Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Unanimous. Item 1.11, consider, discuss, take appropriate action to appoint Mike Simmons to Emergency Services District Number 1.
Well, since we put Albert out of number 1 and on to number 2, we had a vacancy, and Mike Simmons has stepped forward. He's out of town today, but again, he'll get with Judge Ragsdale, so I move for approval of Mike Simmons to be appointed to ESD number 1.
I'll second.
Okay, we've got a motion and a second to appoint Mike Simmons to the Emergency Services District Number 1 Board. Any discussion? Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Unanimous. Item 1.12, consider, discuss, and take appropriate action to allow the use of the Hill Country Youth Event Center free of charge on March the 27th, 2024 at 6 p.m. in the Agricultural Use Questionnaire Workshop Town Hall meeting with the Kerr Central Appraisal District. Mr. Harris.
Well, I guess we better do this since it's on the front page of the paper that Lisa showed me today. And I didn't mention it this morning, but anybody with an agricultural use questionnaire they got, this is a good time to get in there. We'll have representatives from the appraisal district there to answer any and all your questions. And if you had already filled one out, you'll be able to amend it if you already turned it in before you knew about this workshop. So I move for approval.
Second.
Got a motion and a second to approve using the Hill Country Youth Event Center for the Agricultural Use Questionnaire Workshop and Town Hall meeting.
This is an important issue, and I'm really glad, thank you for putting it together, because a lot of people, myself included, has thrown them away many times. And it does, then we go and complain about our values, that this is data that they do use at the appraisal district.
Sure.
So it's important that it gets accurate information.
Especially those with hunting leases and stuff. And so that's where a lot of the water's a little cloudy. And so we can get some clarification, and I think it'll help. And I think it'll be good feedback from the people there to the appraisal district.
Don, I think it's great that you're doing this. I'm thinking I may not be able to attend myself, but there's a lot of interest in it. So any thought to recording it so that it can be posted on your website or somewhere?
You know, we've done that.
There's going to be a lot of people
we did that.
Are going to miss it.
If we've done that out there, and the sound was so bad that
The acoustics are awful.
it was terrible. Now we don't know.
But anything's better than nothing. So.
Well, I'm sure there'll be a press release and people they can talk to about it and what have you. I don't, right now, we don't know how many people will show up, so we're trying to use one of the bigger classrooms as opposed to the big hall, but we'll see. We'll see.
Give us a thought.
All right, appreciate it.
Okay, before we vote on it, let me emphasize, this is on March the 27th at 6 p.m.
That's right.
If you've been sent. Okay, any other discussion? Those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Unanimous. Okay, next one is item 1.13, which is the discussion regarding the shredded contract and how to fund it in the FY 24-25 budget.
My suggestion is it goes to non-departmental. I think every department uses that service just about. It has been in the district clerks, as I understand it, and they belong there. So I think it should be a non-departmental item.
I just want to know. I'm the one that gets the calls.
To me, that makes sense to multiple departments use it.
And so people understand what we're talking about. The shredded contract has traditionally been through the district clerk's office because of some special funding that was available. But it really goes, everybody uses it. And so what we're going to do is move it from the district clerk's office to the non-departmental.
And for the public, what it is, we have a lot of documents, mostly out of the law enforcement areas and county attorney, as you look at their district clerk, need to be shredded for confidential reasons. And there's a company out of San Antonio called Shred It. They come up here, I don't know how often, once a week, once a month, pick up volumes of paper and shred it for us. So it's and people, it's a good outfit. I mean, I know my wife has used it with her job. She'll take stuff down to San Antonio, drop it off, and they shred it. And sometimes they charge, sometimes they do it free. So, but it's a good service.
Okay, that's for information. Just to make sure you take
The cost going to go up at all, or will it be more or less the same as it was?
It's the same contract.
Sounds good. Okay, back on track. We'll go to item 1.23. Consider, discuss, and make, I'm going to call both of these, Sheriff, at the same time. Okay. 23 and 24. 23 is consider, discuss, and take appropriate action to approve the interlocal cooperation agreement between counties associated with the special operations for law enforcement services. First one is between Kerr County and Kendall County, and then the second one is between Kerr County and Kimball County for jail services.
Okay, yeah, the first one, I'm looking for the court's approval on 1.23 to have this interlocal agreement between us and Kendall County. We have the same thing right now in our interdiction unit with Kendall, Gillespie, and Kerr County. This is just so we'll be able to work together. This has been reviewed by our county attorney, also the Kendall County attorney. So it's just for our special response teams to be able to work together. We have been training together for a while. It's just kind of a force multiplier in case we ever need it in the future.
This is nothing new.
No, nothing new, sir. Just with that. The second one's a little bit different, 1.24. That's for jail.
services.
Yes, sir.
So
I'll second that one.
So on 23, got a motion and a second. Commissioner Harris, Commissioner Letts, to approve the interlocal cooperation agreement between Kerr and Kendall County. Any discussion? Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Unanimous. Now 24 is the one for jail services with Kimball County.
Yeah, we're just renewing our contract with them to be able to hold their prisoners here and charge them for a daily rate.
And if no one's ever seen the Kimball County Jail, it's a sight.
Yeah, they don't have much room there.
Second.
Got a motion and a second to approve item 1.24, which is the interlocal cooperation agreement between Kerr County and Kimball County for jail services. Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Unanimous.
All right, thanks.
Item 1.25, consider, discuss, and take appropriate action to amend the budget calendar for FY 24-25 that was approved March 11th. And the auditor and I sat down and looked at this, and what we're trying to do is move a workshop that we had scheduled on Thursday, May the 23rd, down to June 6th. And that is to allow more time for us to be able to get input with regard to the budget.
Sounds good. I move for approval.
Second.
Got a motion and a second to amend the budget calendar as presented. Any discussion? Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Unanimous. Moving down to item 1.26. Consider, discuss, and take appropriate action to determine whether or not to continue Kerr County's membership with the County Judges and Commissioners Association of Texas and pay the annual dues of $2,592. We discuss this every year, and I recommend that we quit it You want to keep it up.
And it's one, you know, I'm not, we use them for training. I don't know if we get a discount rate on training or not from using them. It probably doesn't equal the amount that there is. You know, originally, they provide, basically it's a lobbyist for counties. Sometimes I think that they don't look after small counties too much. Well, at least it didn't last year, with some things happening. You know, we use Texas Association of Counties a lot. Obviously, through our insurance, we do a lot of training through them as well. This is the other state organization that we're involved with that does training and has conventions and things.
What training are you referring to?
There's some of the training that Rick Avery, I know, that we were in, you know, I don't remember which ones exactly, but the trainings that we're required to go through every year. Yeah, commissioner training and judge training. I don't know about judge training really good. I know commissioner training, they offer a lot of that. And if you're a member, you get a lower rate to go.
Sure about that.
But
does this include other departments, say the treasurer, or?
No. It's only just
I have not
more,
talked to a single living human
That's
being
what I was
that has
looking for.
received any training under this program.
Yeah,
But
this
there, speak up, forever hold your peace.
This is specific to commissioners and for judges.
I know that.
Yeah, so it's like the treasurers, the county treasurer said they have associations, county attorneys have association represent. So it's, I mean, it doesn't make that much difference to me.
I haven't used it since I've been in office.
Tracy, were you just at one last week?
I was at a tax training.
Tax training, yes.
Yeah, we use it
a lot.
Yeah,
Tax a
that's
lot
it.
more.
Yeah.
This is the Allison and Bass firm.
Right.
And this is their baby. And they got all 254 counties hooked up to pay this a year. And as far as I know, we haven't used it. And what little lobbying that that firm has done has been very negatively received in the legislature. I can assure you of that.
Yeah.
So I don't know why we're paying them $2,600 a year.
And I'll tell you something else. I looked at some of the people they were endorsing this round. No. So,
I'm fine with them paying that. That's what I thought.
But I would.
I said, let's not pay it this year and let's see what happens.
Yeah.
But if there's any pushback.
Go back next year.
This is your last year on recording, we've been doing this.
I'm good with it. I don't go to the training anymore anyway. I'm exempt for 16 years.
Lucky you.
well, I'll move that we just continue our association with them.
Second.
Got a motion and a second to discontinue membership of the County Judges and Commissioners Association of Texas. Any discussion? Those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Unanimous. 1.27, consider, discuss, and take appropriate action to set director salary range, appointment of interim and compensation for additional duties and other matters related to organization and structure of the Information Technology Department, including possible outsourcing of information technology services. Are we going to do this in executive session? Okay. We'll get that after that. And then we'll move on to 1.28, discussion regarding what department will be responsible for updating the position schedule for 24-25. And I'm sorry to do this, but I gotta know.
One thing I'd say on that is that I think my feeling is that the committee that Mr. Paces and I and the auditor and treasurer, HR on, to look at the 7th grade thing, is that there will be a recommendation to make a change. We're getting close to what I think a recommendation is to put out to all the department heads to get feedback, which may negate that, but it looks like that's the direction it seems to be moving. Last year it was confusing.
It was a firestorm.
Right. So
Perfect storm.
You know, I don't know if the time has to be done right now. It's either HR or the auditor, one of the two.
It's not the auditor.
It's not the auditor, then it's
Deputy
HR.
treasurer.
Then it's HR.
She's avoiding our icon.
I don't think there's a reason to change it from HR at this stage.
It's HR.
You know, regardless of whether we go to a salary range or keep the step and grade, I think we can come up with a better way to use the step system in the budget process.
Right.
If we keep in mind it's just a budget.
Mr. Pata.
So I've only been doing this for a few weeks, so in my experience, current 7, 8 weeks that I've been, I've
And we
gotten,
appreciate those 8 weeks.
I've gotten myself familiar with the position schedule, but it makes sense for it to be in Tracy's office. I mean, it has to do with payroll. They, that it'll answer a lot of their questions that they have while they're processing payroll. All they're doing is kicking it back to us, and I mean, to be honest with you, HR in itself is super busy. FMLA, workers' comp, the property insurance.
Trust me.
She is, but they already do payroll. So, I mean, I don't care either way. I'm gonna do the job that you guys told me to do, but it does make sense for it to be in her office. So, if
Well,
this
whether we make a
is,
decision today or not, I wanted this topic of discussion to be front and center, because we're gonna have to make our minds up. We're getting in the budget.
I agree.
We're gonna start the budget process next month. And I wanna know that we're gonna have a position schedule.
Tracy, were you involved in it last year?
With the position schedule, no, not really. A little bit with helping with calculations, but
Yeah, I know, it was kind of, it was all over last year.
Yeah.
Which is what you're trying to avoid that. Do you have any comment about you being responsible for it?
no. I mean, we discussed it before, and I'm okay with that move, if that's what the court wants.
Well, as thin as you are, you sure have broad shoulders right now. We appreciate that.
Okay, so the treasurer's responsible? Is that what I'm hearing?
Is that a motion?
I think we probably need to take a little bit closer look and
That's
sit
fine.
down between
Yeah.
Sylvia and
Yeah.
Tracy and see how this is gonna work. And again, I just wanna make sure that a position schedule doesn't create problems and delays in our budget process. But let's make sure it's not gonna get overly complicated. Again, it's a budget, and it's always wrong anyway.
I don't want to repile that ground, but what I want to do is make sure that we're all on the same page as we get into the process. We don't have to do it this week, but this is something that has to be decided.
Okay.
So we'll pass on that.
Okay.
Good.
Okay, next is 1.29. Discussion regarding the progress that's been made by the committee that has been looking at the county's office and storage space needs and take direction from the court on the current approach and direction.
All right, and I have provided the court, and it's out there for the public now, with basically notes from titled County Office Space and Storage Needs Assessment. And you've got the committee members, myself, Bob Reeves, it was Bruce Motherall on March 20th. Scott Lambert is going to replace him in IT. Sheriff Letha, Lucy Wilkie, Andrea Bodie, and Shane Evans have been all part of the committee. And you know, we've been looking at needs, and let's be fairly clear, what we're doing here, we've identified a clear need for IT. And in fact, theirs is the most dire need. Their office is extremely cramped and crowded. And
I refer to it as the bat cave.
Probably it gets referred to as a lot worse than that, and it should be. Then we have the tax office, and Bob has discussed possibly moving the tax office to another location. We're not ready for that decision yet, so I'm not saying that that's going to happen, but I can tell you that a lot of other dominoes fall and possible changes fall out of that if he does move. And again, I don't want to put words in his mouth. I think Bob has to come to the court and provide the justification, and he's looking at various options on what that would look like. But until that happens, you know, then we don't have any other office space available other than, you know, we have the 550 Earl Garrett that there's plenty of room right now in. Right now we only have environmental OSF located over there, and we have the Veteran Services over there. That's also, okay, let me just say that the only other need that's been identified here at the courthouse was a request to have a conference room in the basement and possibly use the treasurer's office for that. Okay. Having said that, you know, we have also discussed, and Bob has agreed to give the tax office the back half of his area. But in return for that, since he still needs that space, you know, the idea was to go ahead and let him utilize the treasurer's office until we have a better plan for the longer term. It's a short-term fix, and that's the next agenda item that I'll come to after we try to get some direction on this. Whatever Bob decides to do, that's a longer-term effort. It's going to take a while to figure out what he wants to do and where he goes and to find the funds to make that happen and then to actually implement it, if it happens. And in the meantime, the sheriff has identified all sorts of growth and a need for additional space. And he's kind of targeting the area that the adult probation staff currently has. And of course, they're very happy, would prefer to stay there. And so there's a big debate as to how we meet the sheriff's need. And I'm not prepared to address that here today. I'm just telling you, it's something we're working on. It's important that we find a reasonable solution to that need. And, you know, I've made every effort to try to utilize existing facilities as opposed to, you know, having the same problem with raising another bond proposition that may or may not pass. I mean, there are other ways to finance needs, and we'll talk about that eventually. But I'm trying to take advantage of the existing facilities, such as our 550 Earl Garrett, that's, you know, 75% vacant. You know, we have the old juvenile detention facility that's, other than a place to store a lot of junk and our election equipment, and it does get used during elections as a central counting station. But there's a lot of space available there for other use. We have a lot of space available right now in the West Kerr Annex that could be utilized. There's only one other request that's been made. The Historic Commission has asked for a different office space. They're down in the basement, and I guess it all depends on what we do with 550 Earl Garrett, or the alternative is, and I've kind of offered to them, they could go out to the West Kerr Annex. We'll free up a small office in the basement that is way back in the corner there that probably, well, it'll be interesting to see. Nobody's put any dibs in on that for all sorts of different reasons. So I guess what I'm trying to express here is what does the court really want to do? When we first formed this, we had a workshop and we talked about office space needs and forming this committee, which it all came out of. And the idea was to come back to the court in a relative short period of time. And, you know, the last capital improvements planning commission took 3 years. Well, I don't think we're going to take 3 years, but it's going to take a lot more time. We're looking at things like the ag barn and the improvements required there. That's really a separate issue. It's going to take a lot of work. But in terms of office space, you know, I expect in the next couple months we'll be in a better position, at least in time for the budget process, I hope, to factor some of this stuff in.
So this is a lot more what I was hoping for. Last time I said I needed a plan. And
well,
this,
yeah. And it's difficult, but that's right. And a lot of this stuff is much longer term, so it's not going to happen quickly. The only thing that I have is a good, I think, a very good recommendation to the court is to go ahead and take advantage of Bob's willingness to give up the back portion of his storage area where he has a meeting room and a training, where they train and store stuff, and give that to IT. It would give IT 299 square foot of additional much needed office space.
And I'm okay with that as long as it's understood that the movement of or making the availability of the former treasurer's office is a temporary thing.
Yeah. Well,
that's okay. I just don't want to say, okay, we've solved the tax problem, they're downstairs now, or they store stuff. That's not a solution.
Chairs.
That's not a solution to me, but a temporary thing, I'm fine with that.
Yeah, I just, you know, I agree with you. It's a temporary, it's a quick fix, temporary solution. the longer term solution with the tax office, I don't know what it is yet. And Bob's working on it.
Okay.
Until he comes to the court with a proper solution, hopefully he'll talk about it in the committee and we get some buy-in for it, but, because there are a bunch of options. I just don't see anything there that's gonna be easy and quick.
One thing, I don't know if you mentioned it while I don't use the weeds right here. Roof the ag barn.
Yeah.
I don't remember who did it or the company that did it, but we redid and put a film over all the roofs at the airport at the Mooney's manufacturing thing. I'm not sure what that process was, but it was a whole lot cheaper to put some kind of a film over it as opposed to re-roofing it. And that may be something to look at.
I think that was Cypress Roofing, Albert Martinez, who we just put on ESD number.
They did that thing.
I'm pretty sure.
Well, and we're gonna try to get somebody out there just to take a look at it. Because, you know, a few years back, we had a major hailstorm and it damaged a lot of those skylights. And that's where all these leaks were coming from. And as a result of that insurance claim, you know, it all got repaired. And Jake Williamson is telling me that there are no leaks right now in the roof. He's thinking that it may just be getting a contractor up there and tightening all the, resealing all the little nuts and bolts that anchor that roof. I don't know until we get somebody up there to actually take a look at what it would take. But your suggestion's great. We'll ask about that too.
There's several other members of your committee. Any of y'all want to say anything?
Feel free.
I think Rich done a very good job. I mean, really has. I mean, it's kind of a hard subject. I know without Bob, what I've learned, I guess Bob holds the big key on this, what he's going to do, where he's going to go as far as future. But, you know, I kind of support Rich on this temporary, I say temporary fix. I mean, everybody knows it's been in IT. I mean, they don't have any room. I think for $700, it's a minimal cost to get them in there. And I think that'll get us down the road. If all the projects, even mine, what I'm wanting, I mean, I think, you know, this is probably the most important one right now for permanent fix. Mine's going to be more long-term. But, you know, in seeing that, I think that's a good fix for right now. And you know, I support Rich on that.
What about adult probation?
I agree with what the sheriff said as far as getting IT fixed. I think that we've identified that the situation with moving us out of our current facility is longer term, and that we've got specific operational needs that are not easy to just move to another location. So in the short term, I'm in agreement with fixing the current problem with IT, and then we can look a little bit more in depth into looking at either relocating our office or looking in a different direction on how we need to get the sheriff the room that he needs for his growth as well.
Well, Michael, thank you.
Sure.
My concern is that on a 4-1 vote, 4 of us wanted to claim. And we still don't have it. And it seems like to me we're back to the same thing you presented 2 weeks ago. That's what the next item
Well,
was.
and that was why on this item, I wanted to get some direction from the court. Because, I mean, what's a plan?
Yeah.
And how long do you want to wait to get a plan? It's going to take a while.
I think this is more of a plan than last time, in my opinion. I mean, you understand that the ag barn that's an issue, and you're working on it.
Right.
That's good with me. The storage needs, you know, IT and moving IT, that fix isn't going to be impacted by that. You're looking at, it sounds like, the new annex or the annex in West Kerr County or the juvenile.
Yeah.
So one of those two. And I think that needs to be worked on. We've got to solve that problem.
There's still some
And then
moving parts.
and you have the sheriff and
So I don't wanna
the
jump
adult
that gun.
probation are working on how they're gonna fix that. So as long as we're working, I'm okay with it. That is a plan. I just don't want to all of a sudden say, do a little piecemeal and forget about the rest. As long as we're looking at all the needs, I'm okay with
Working on it.
So-
But it's like the juvenile detention facility. Man, we have an obligation to go through there and get rid of most of the stuff that's being stored there right now, other than the election equipment. A lot of junk, old computers that are floppy drive.
Right.
Well, I agree.
And all kind of furniture that really we need to identify if it's truly surplus and nobody's ever gonna use it, get rid of it.
But I think that we, you know,
Documents.
we do need storage space, and that to me is a logical use of that building. We're not
That's
gonna-
fine. And there's tons of that extra space that's not being utilized right now is another point. So,
Judge, this 129 discussion, probably ought to call 130. We bounce all over it.
Agreed. And what other, did you call 130 first?
1.30, consider discuss take appropriate action to modify the IT and tax office space by adding a wall that would give IT department a much needed additional 300 square feet of space, then moving the tax office storage meeting area to the now vacant former treasurer's offices in the basement. The cost of the new wall and creating an opening in the existing wall between IT and the tax office is estimated at $700.
The idea of a conference room somewhere in the courthouse. The other spot for the treasurer now, there is a small conference room in her suite that could be used in my mind. I don't know how much, I'm not sure what you're doing with Tracy, but it's it was an old small conference room that was used by when environmental health was there. And that could be made available. It's probably not a whole lot of change, to it. I'm not sure. Are you using that room at all right now?
It's where our copy machine is. It was the only place wired for it.
So, but
That back room.
right, it's a back, and it's got a door to the exterior door. Was the reason for it. But is it just a wiring issue on the copier? I said yes. I mean, that may be a big issue. I'm not sure.
I don't know if that's an IT question. I really.
Well, I'd ask y'all to look at that as that, because it'll seat 12 people.
Shane, you know, you hear what we're talking about?
Yes, that little conference room. It's not a large area.
But the
We're losing the public. We're losing the public. Need to go to the podium. Okay. Multiple conversations going on.
Sorry.
That small conference room, that's where she does have her printer set up. If that was going to be utilized, then IT would have to move all of the ports and stuff for her printer, and maybe into the hallway or something. That one in the hallway right in the middle of the rock. And the hallway, you got all the offices on each side of it. There could be a place to put a printer there, possibly, but it would have, all that would have to be moved.
And the other way that the plan that was looked at early on was you read, and it gets, more detailed, and it becomes expensive, was to move the walls on the interior offices a little bit, make those offices smaller, and create a new copy room, storage room. That was kind of the original drawing down there, and then that required, there's going to be dust and everything for a long time, and we said, no, we just need to make this move right now. And we didn't make any modifications to the office space itself. So that's another option that could be done down there. Yeah. So I'm just bringing that up just as something that can be looked at. Because I really do think that this courthouse needs a small conference room for all departments to be able to utilize, because there's nothing right now. And we've looked at the law library before, but same thing, you didn't do a lot of expense up there, start moving books and all that. That's the other space that's underutilized.
So we could have the historic commissions area for a meeting room, and I kind of laugh about it, but it is available. It's just a little awkward to get there, or it could be available if they decide to.
But it's not. Those other two options are far better than mine.
I agree. Willing to look at everything.
This is exactly how the courthouse got like it is today. It's just piecemeal.
Lipstick on a pig.
It is. We're just rearranging deck chairs on the Titanic again.
Yeah. But the closet issue, I think it's something that needs to be in place.
We also heard from the taxpayers when they voted the proposition down, so yeah, it'd be great to have a whole new courthouse.
I like the
If it can
courthouse.
happen.
Well, I mean,
Try to do the best we can at a minimal cost.
it's,
This is half-baked. It's totally half-baked.
That's okay. Anyway, I'm gonna go ahead and make a motion that we approve spending $700 to put a wall between the IT and tax office that will give the IT department an additional 300 square foot. And then give the tax office the old treasurer's office in the basement.
It was my understanding that it didn't pass because we were concerned about giving it to, not that it's a great fix, but doing it in advance of Bob's office moving out, depending on who comes in there, if they need that space or not.
But
So
Bob-
if it,
Go ahead.
because we don't know who would come in, who's gonna come into that space next, if Bob leaves?
Oh, if he does, then it opens up all sorts of
Yeah,
possibilities.
and I think that was the only
That's
reason
why we
we
need a plan.
didn't, yeah.
Yeah, but is he gonna move? What if he doesn't? Well, then why hang your hat on that plan and force IT to continue working in the dark, crammed little rabbit hole?
And Bob gives his blessing on this.
Bob is, he's in. He's agreed.
Second.
And this is a temporary solution.
You can call it that. I mean, who
So
knows?
if
Well,
somebody else wants to come in.
You're the one reporting to us on your plan. Is it temporary? Is it
Yeah,
permanent?
right, it's temporary.
Okay. About how long do we expect it to be this way?
I don't know how long it's gonna take Bob to come in with a firm recommendation and whether that will pass and whether we can come up with funding.
yeah. My
That's
comment
true.
would be on that, I'll vote for this because as a temporary fix, if IT does need something, though I think just moving things around is not solving anything. But we really need to have this kind of flushed out with a plan by budget, because it has budget implications.
Without doubt.
And, at least a plan as to what, the ag farm, this is what, this, ABC.
Yeah.
Tax office, this is the plan to move them forward, and then, storage, and those are the main things. I mean, we're fortunate that working with the, Ingram School District solved the Ingram Annex problem and issue. But the other issues in the animal control passed, so, the other issues just still need to be addressed, and I think my budget needs some kind of a plan.
Working on it. I agree.
Kelly?
What's the plan with the current animal services property and building? I mean, I realize that's a ways away on
What do you mean?
building a new building for animal services, but when,
Oh.
you know,
New
that,
facilities?
yes, I
Oh,
mean,
plans itself.
I just, maybe.
Valuable.
Well, the original plan from the CIP was that would be sold for commercial folks. But everything's up in the
Yeah,
air.
but I still think that would probably needs to be sold.
Right.
I probably won't be around at the time. If I look at my successor, I recommend you sell that one.
It's a pretty good real estate.
Their bridge will be the same way.
Okay, we've got a motion and a second. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, say nay. Nay. 4-1. A discussion regarding tax increment reinvestment zones and public improvement districts. I put that on the agenda for us to talk about because we're going to have people approaching us, talk about these things, and we really haven't had any workshops for the court to learn exactly what each one of these are. And there's two major commercial ventures that have already approached the city that are going to be asking for bids and TERS. And these are significant. And if we're going to be able to deal with that knowledgeably, I thought maybe we ought to try to arrange some kind of workshop to learn. I know there's been some investigation into bids, but not in conjunction with TERS. And that's what they're asking for. And I've met with the city, and I have cajoled Michael Hornis, who is a resident expert over TERS and bids, come put on a seminar for us, so a workshop, so that we can learn a bit more about it. But if you don't want to do that, we don't need to do that.
Well, I'm in favor of doing it.
Yeah, we can always talk. I think we need to. I didn't know exactly which direction you're going with this.
Information.
Exercise. Yeah, this discussion. So, yeah.
I think one of the things that's in the back of my mind again, you know, we've identified two things that happened as a board as a whole. Is that we've identified low-cost housing, whatever you want to call it, middle income housing, whatever it is, attainable housing is an issue in this community. And we've also made a decision, pretty much through our subdivision rules, that we don't want density development in the county. That means they have to be in the city. So if we're gonna get anywhere close to the first one, we're gonna have to try to figure out how to work with the city to try to make some of this happen, because the real estate is very expensive and makes the economics very difficult. So I'm just putting that out there, that that's why I think it's important that we look at these, because if we don't want any kind of growth in the county where property values are lower, then they have to go to the city, and we're being hypocritical if we're not saying, okay, well, we're not gonna help you do that. I mean, that's just, you know, my opinion on the direction this board has gone in the past couple of years. And we don't have anything, you know, right now. I mean, I think most of us know that one developer, I know he said, I met with one. And the city gets a lot more involved in this than we do. But I think that we need to understand what we're being asked, which I don't. I mean, I don't understand the term.
Well, that's, when I sat through that meeting, you know, with my background and everything, I at least knew what they were talking about. But I didn't really understand how it all fit together. At least one development outside the city limits that we looked at, you and I, with the groups. We asked them for a bid, and they said no, they didn't have time.
Well, in my understanding, they were a little bit too far down the road. The PID needed to be from the very beginning discussed.
Well, and if that's what we're going to use as the developmental tool out in the county, then we really need to learn that, because they're going to come up.
Well, we had, what's his name from Medina County come talk to us about PIDs. We told him about that development out there, and it was already in progress. It was too late for them. Newer ones might be.
They're starting over.
Well, that's true. That's true.
Based on the discussions we had in Medina County with their commissioner. What's his name?
Larry Sitter.
Yeah. Sitter. I mean, you know, don't get me wrong. I want to learn more about PIDs and PERS, and I'm all for the big just, you know, that a PID probably wouldn't have helped us a heck of a lot on Eagle Ridge Road. It helps you with the infrastructure inside and directly outside, adjacent to whatever. But
they were
in terms
doing
of upgrading the whole road.
Yeah, they have a lot more people contributing because they're selling 1 acre lots.
Yeah.
And so there's a, you know.
So anyway,
they've got water and wastewater.
Yeah, and so it's a little bit different deal.
Yeah.
But I am for PIDs right off the bat because it's built into the new subdivisions and what have you. And taxpayers that are already here aren't paying for it.
But I thought we might want to learn about it before we get this workshop.
So,
I think
if we're gonna get a workshop, you'll have.
I've talked to Michael Horns.
Okay. Do we want to bring, what's his name back from Medina County as well, or, you know?
Whatever.
PIDs? I mean, I think it'd be worthwhile.
We need to do the workshop fairly quick before we get into all the budget workshops.
Yeah. Yeah. Sure.
Okay, so that's for information only. Okay, let's go ahead and do the approval on the information agenda. 2.1, budget amendments.
You have before you 7 budget adjustments. There was also an additional page passed out. And so if I start at the end and move kind of backwards, the extra page and the last 2 of the original entries all deal with issues that you've already passed as a court. So this is just the budget to follow the items that have already been approved.
I move for approval.
Second.
We have a motion and a second to approve the budget amendments as presented. Any discussion? Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Unanimous. 2.2, pay bills.
Yes, invoices for today's consideration, $1,075,499.58.
I move for approval.
I'll second.
Got a motion and a second to approve paying the bills as presented. Any discussion? Those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Unanimous. 2.3, late bills.
They're not in.
2.4, auditor reports.
Yes, and the auditor's office completed an internal audit for Justice of the Peace Precinct 1. We ask that you accept that report.
I make a motion that we accept that report.
Got a motion and a second to approve the report for JP number 1 as presented. Any discussion? Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? None? Unanimous. And that takes us to 2.5, monthly reports.
Yes, for January 2024, Justice of the Peace, Judge Mitzi French, Precinct 1, amended. February 2024, Justice of the Peace, Judge Bill Ragsdale, Precinct 4. Environmental Health and Animal Services, Director Reagan Gibbons, and I move for approval.
Second.
Got a motion and a second to approve the monthly reports as presented. Any discussion? Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Unanimous. Court orders.
We have our court orders from our March 11th, 2024 meeting, numbers 40520 through 40548. I recommend we make two slight modifications on 40528. This is currently reads, include Flat Rock Park in the solar eclipse plan for the Hill Country Youth Event Center. I recommend we add the language under the oversight of Jake Williamson.
Yes, that was important.
Yeah. So that, and the other one is 40534, which currently reads approved Kerr County Sheriff's Office job description for Senate Bill 22. I think it needs to read approved Kerr County Sheriff's Office job description for employees being paid out of Senate Bill 22 fund.
Okay with that?
Those two changes I move for approval.
Second.
Got a motion and a second to approve the court orders as presented with the revisions denoted. Any discussion? Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Unanimous. Moving on to information agenda. Status reports from department heads. Ms. Hoffman.
We finally got our 3 brand-new fuel tanks installed at Road and Bridge. It was a long process, but I think the company that insures them will be very pleased to know that we have brand-new tanks installed.
Any other departments?
Charlie's going to speak after
Sure.
Yes, a few weeks ago, the engineering department, myself, Bobby Gore, attended a meeting with Commissioner Overby, and it was put on by the Hill Country Alliance. It was in San Marcos. And the purpose of the meeting, they just wanted a meeting of the minds of different commissioners and department heads and so forth that have to do with growth and conservation in Texas in general, whether it was municipality or county. And different counties have different tools in their toolbox to manage growth. There is an abridged report that was put out, and I did look through it, and there was a graphic in there that showed different categories that different counties were using. And if you looked at our county, I don't know who put the report together. Well, I do. It was Gap Strategies, but I don't know where they got their information. But they listed us as only having 1 or 2 tools in our toolbox to manage growth, and it's just not the case at all. Subdivision regulations, they listed us as having that, and that was about it. But we have so much more that were in our old regulations and in our new regulations, and I'll go through the list of the things they missed. We do have stormwater detention requirements. We do have street regulations. We have regulations for utilities. Erosion, sediment, best management practices, that's all in our subdivision regulations, always has. And some of it's been enhanced with our new regulations. water quality ponds or others. That may not be Kerr County's regulations explicitly, but Upper Guadalupe River Authority has been a leader in that area. Setbacks, right-of-way building setbacks, we've had that in our code 30 years, 40 years, long time. Water quality, filtration and sedimentation, again, that gets back to your best management practices and things that you do when you're constructing. Those aren't just county regulations, those are federal regulations. So not sure why those items were missed in the report, but I know what we do, and I amended this report with a pen. So just wanted to share that.
I can't have a question.
We came away from that feeling like we were doing a pretty good job.
Sure.
There were 3 different case scenarios that presented. Let's see, Travis County presented. Who were the other 2? It was
Kendall County?
Kendall County.
Yeah.
And so they brought forth a problem and how they fixed it, and it was awesome to listen to what they were doing. It was great for us to make relationships with some of the people that were there because they brought a lot of their staff as well. And we walked away thinking we're doing pretty good.
You're doing all right.
Yeah.
Yes, the question I have is, are there maybe, if the other counties are having rules outside of subdivision rules, I'd like to know where they get their authority. I mean, floodplain, we're handled that, but if you're outside of subdivision, we don't have setback rules outside of subdivision. I'd like to know if some of these counties think they have that, where they think they're getting their authority to do that. Now, some of the counties that are adjacent to San Antonio, from our situation, Kendall County, they do have additional authority that we don't have. So I would, be interested if those that think they have this authority, where they think they're getting it. And Kendall County is one that comes to mind because I'm pretty familiar with them. They kind of say they have authority, but I'm not so sure they do.
We just follow the law, sir.
We're just quiet on that. Yeah, it's a good answer. Yeah.
Okay, anything else? Thank you, Charlie.
Thanks, Lou.
Any other department heads? Okay, we'll move on to 3.2, status reports from elected officials. Kerr.
Hey, real quick, this is the last Commissioners Court meeting before the eclipse, so I kind of want to visit with y'all, wish you some luck, we'll see what happens. But there's a lot of misinformation being put out there. I know a couple of you commissioners asked me questions about road closures and different information like that, so I highly suggest, this is for y'all, mainly the public, please go to kerrvilleeclipse.com for any information. You can go to the City of Kerrville's website, Kerrville Police Department, Kerr County Sheriff's Office website for any information. What I want to say is, in the county, we are not closing any roads, okay? That misinformation keeps getting out there, which causes a lot of phone calls and all that stuff. We are not closing any roads. Now, I'm not telling you that we will not redirect any traffic. Captain Prout here and Chief Lalonde identified, the ag barn down there, Flat Rock Dam. We don't know how many people, that's the unknown. They're going to come out of there, kind of identify, how bad is traffic going to be? Is 534 going to be really bad? So when they come out of the park, if they take a left, we may have to redirect them to a right to 27. So there's a lot of things. The camps, after it lets out, we're going to try to direct them, towards 10. Problem is the city is going to try to get them out of the city as fast as they can into the county, and then we got to deal with them. Okay, some of the good information, we've talked to the Department of Public Safety. They're assigning 20 troopers, state troopers here for Kerr and Kendall County. They've told us, from my understanding, they're going to try to handle the interstate. That'll be a tremendous help. But like I said, if that interstate bottles down, we're in trouble. So just want to make sure everybody knows we are not closing any county roads. And like I said, that misinformation keeps getting out there, phone calls and stuff like that. Please go to a reputable site for your information. We're all trying to work at kerrvilleeclipse.com. Dove's on the radio station every day this week. We're meeting with media out of San Antonio this week. So we got a lot of things going. But, we're about as prepared as we can be, and just wish you some luck and see what happens.
And I think to add to that, Sheriff, I know Lisa Walter has shared stuff on Facebook and stuff like that. People can check out the Kerr County Facebook page. And
Doug will be sending her some information. We kind of started launching stuff last week, where it's time to put the gas pedal down and get it out there, and we'll be ready for it. Yeah.
And I think anticipated problems are immediately after. I mean,
correct.
That's where it starts. But people shouldn't be have a problem before, other than heavier traffic, but as far as they're not gonna get rerouted beforehand. Or
Correct. We look for Sunday to be the busy day, but Monday, we're going to stay as normal as we can, as long as we can, but just like the city, not sure the exact time when they implement the plan, when it's 7 or 8 in the morning, but like I said, we'll be doing the same thing, those camps. We won't try to redirect it until right after it's over.
A lot of unknowns.
All there at a time.
It builds to a crescendo.
Exactly.
And temporarily, everything's gonna stop. Could be eclipsed.
Yes.
And then when it's over, we're trying to manage the exit.
Exactly. Everybody trying to get to the interstate and get home, that's where the problem's going to lie. If we can keep it moving, we'll be fine.
And I've encouraged everyone that lives here, stay home. That's the best thing you can do
That's
for
my
anybody.
word.
For the people that are coming in, if at all possible, stay Monday night. It's gonna be a whole lot easier.
And
Another thing I recommend, we really watch closely the weather forecast. Because people are here Sunday, and all of a sudden they expect it to be cloudy on Monday.
They're gonna run.
Sunday's gonna be a mess.
Get out.
So, watching the weather forecast is gonna be an important issue. Not that they're right very often, but.
As of this morning, partly cloudy.
We just ask that everybody be patient, so.
And just let me say, Sheriff, I've watched your office and working with KPD and KFD and watching volunteer fire departments. This has been one of the biggest collaborative efforts that we've been able to prepare for. Now, when we had Winter Storm Uri, we all collaborated, but it was after the fact. We were frozen in.
Yeah.
But these people have been working for over 2 years, well over 2 years to get ready for this. And I guess the last plea that I would make to the public and all of us is cooperate with these first responders. They have been trained. They know what they're doing. We don't need to have incidents where we're being oppositional to an instruction to divert and go this way or go that way. Just do it, get through it, and it will be something that we'll be able to remember for the rest of our lives.
Great. Thank you.
Okay. Then any other elections? Then go to 3.3, liaison commissioners.
I'm going to jump in here a little bit more on the eclipse. We beat it around quite a bit, but I do want to emphasize a couple other points. And I agree, and between Kerrville Police Department and their fire department, they've done an outstanding job in being prepared, particularly for the city. And our sheriff's office has done a great job. And we do have all the volunteer fire departments involved as well, and that's one of the points I want to make. If we have gridlock on Monday, Sunday for that matter, because our volunteer fire departments, all their stations will be manned, at least from Sunday through Monday. And they have recently gone through additional training on first aid, stop the bleed, using the AEDs, the defibrillators, and CPR in an effort to be able to assist the public until an ambulance arrives. Even though we're going to have 4 extra ambulances, we'll have a total of 8, normal is 4. If there's gridlock, you could, if you have a major injury and you need an ambulance, then to get somewhere, you could be sitting there waiting for an hour or 2. So try to get to a fire station where there'll be some support. And some of the stations will have EMTs based there. Okay. Look, all patients are going to be sent to Peterson Regional. They're well equipped. They won't have any discretionary services on Monday, so it's all preparing for an influx of who knows what. And anything they can't handle, we'll use Life Flight to get people to San Antonio. Right now, we only have 1 helicopter. They're still working to try to get another one. We do have 4 public safety sites. So, this doesn't have the names. Anyway, they're available also to get some first aid treatment, where we'll have EMTs based as well. So I think it's all coming together. Don't be surprised if your cellular service is not working. That's likely to black out. And so, again, if you can't make a call for help, try to get somebody to go to a station, because at least, at all of our fire stations, they'll have a radio that will be working. They'll have FirstNet phones that will be working, and other means to get in touch
with emergency services, so.
And just to footnote that, one thing I learned when Deb and I talked to the chamber in West Creek Chamber last week, landlines work. Those of you who still have a landline, you can be able to communicate. Text, will work on the internet. The internet protocols will work. So just let you know that you will be able to have some means of communication, limited as it is.
Doesn't the SOS, on the cell phones, when they get overwhelmed, doesn't the SOS server still work?
I think so, but, you know, this is the unknown. We just don't know what the traffic volume is gonna be, or the call volume, whatever. And how will they work, I don't know.
And good advice is, if you don't need to be on your phone, don't.
Yeah,
Okay.
absolutely.
Well,
And the best advice for anybody is, don't undertake any risky behavior. Don't get your chainsaw out and decide to take down a tree or something. Don't burn a burn pile. I mean, hopefully the judge will put a burn ban in place if that's what we have to do.
well,
But minimize risky behavior.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. You know, to piggyback on something you said, Judge, you know, schools are gonna be out. So you parents with teenagers that are driving, try to get them to stay home. Okay? That would just, you know, stay off their phones a little bit more, maybe. What have you, if you have that kind of control.
And the county attorney's looking at it like we're getting into a discussion. It's not.
It's true. That's how I was looking at
Anyway, that's my liaison.
And we all pitched in.
I do have one other thing I want to report. We had our first aggregate production operators advisory council meeting last week, and it was successful. It's been quite a while. I think May was the last time we did one of these things. So RA Materials showed up. They presented on the progress they've made towards our voluntary best management practices. Mark Marietta was supposed to be there to do the same, but they didn't attend. And we had a report from Tram. So like I say, it was a good meeting. I think the general perception was, glad to see these kicking up again. And we decided we would do this quarterly. So the next one will be in June. I need to look at the calendar and finalize a date on that. But hopefully the minutes from this meeting will go out and they'll be provided to the Commissioners Court. Since when it was first set up, there was a requirement to report to the court, so we're just sending the minutes. That's all I got.
Anything else? Anything else?
Animal Health Commission is just an animal control facility. The final plans are getting very close to being done. They'll be coming to the court. But there is a potential delay, it looks like, on construction. FEMA, part of the road, the whole process is we've got to do a CLOMR, which is a conditional letter of revision for
Yes.
FEMA maps. That has been done, at least, and is
been submitted.
about to be sent to FEMA.
Yes, it's been
But
submitted.
that could take 6 to 9 months for them to approve it. And the city, we've been talking to the city about that, is whether we can start construction prior to that happening. And we're looking at different rules and see. So there's some things going on. Hopefully we'll keep it on schedule to have construction start late this year, early next year. But FEMA, federal government, that may tie our hands a little bit. We're not sure. That's all I have.
Anything before? No. Okay, with that, we're going to take a short break and go into executive session.
I have one question for the department head employee evaluations at 2 p.m. today. Is that, do the department heads need to be at that meeting at 2 p.m.?
I didn't think so.
I think, right, it's just a discussion amongst the
We're just
board.
going to
Okay.
review the evaluations that were filled
That's
out.
fine. I just wanted to make sure.
It will need to be confidential. Anything else? We'll take a small break and go into executive session. Okay, it is 1:10, and we're back in open session. And I'm going to call 5.1, which is action as may be required on matters discussed in executive session. Let's take 1.17 we discussed. And that was,
I make a motion that we accept the counter offer from Mr. Neighbors in the settlement amount of total $50.
Just the counter offer.
Judge needs to be authorized to sign the settlement agreement with Mr. Neighbors.
County Judge is authorized to sign the settlement agreement presented by Mr. Neighbors.
Second.
we have a motion and a second to approve the neighbor settlement as presented. Any discussion? Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Unanimous. Next is item 1.18.
Make a motion that we authorize, what's the wording we have to use on that? Yeah, we got, we recommend a payment of the 2 pending payouts with D. Guerra. And authorize the county judge and Commissioner Paces to enter into negotiations with D. Guerra related to the retainage.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. And that, we intend to do that right after this meeting. We've got 2 o'clock, if you could meet with this.
Absolutely, sir.
Okay. So with that, is there any more discussion? Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Unanimous.
Can we know what 2 payouts, do you know the numbers of those payouts?
28. Pay up 28.
Pay up 28. The amounts are.
Phase 2 and phase 3.
Phase 2, phase 3.
You want the exact dollar amount? Got it.
She's got it right there for her.
Chief, got it.
Okay.
Okay. And then last is the item 1.27, which we took up in executive session, and that was to establish a salary range proposed for job descriptions for our new IT director.
Well, I like the motion that we appoint Scott.
Lambert.
So Scott Lambert is interim IT director.
Any discussion? Okay. Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Unanimous.
And on
Salary range?
and salary range, make a recommendation that we post, the salary range is from 80 to 100,000.
Depending on experience.
Depending on experience.
And we're gonna post that for.
That we post it on the listserv, and that'll be posted for 1 month.
Okay, so we've got a motion to list a starting salary for the new IT director for $80,000 to $100,000 depending on experience. We posted on listserv,
The IT listserv.
IT listserv for a month. Any discussion? Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Unanimous. There being no more business, we are adjourned.
Wait, Judge, you want to adjourn based on what you and Mr. Page had a visit with D. Guerra about?
Why don't we take a recess?
We take a
We don't have
recess.
to be back at 2 anyway, right?
Right.
So we don't want to.
Let's take a recess, we'll reconvene at 2. Okay, it is 2:07, and we're coming out of our recess after the executive session. And we have one more item of business under 5.1. This is action that may be required on matters discussed in executive session. I met with Jimmy
Poussin,
who is the designated representative for D. Guerra, and along with Commissioner Paces. And Commissioner Pace, we informed him that we had already agreed to pay the payment request of $60,645.62 and $57,218.50, both of those.
Mistake ordering permanent record.
And in our settlement discussions, Commissioner Pace extended an offer to settle with D. Guerra to satisfy all the terms of the contract for an additional $209,000.
Well, out of the retained.
Out of the retained.
That we,
Right. Did I get that right?
Yes.
Sounds right.
So the balance of the retainage would come back, we would retain.
Right. And that's for our cost and what our
Right.
settlement will be. And so Jimmy has advised me that he has talked to Danny Guerra, who's accepted the offer, bringing it into the record. We now have the settlement. And send my best regards to Danny. Come stop by and see us anytime he's up here.
Yes, sir.
We need to do it.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Yeah.
Like a,
Yeah, we have to do a motion.
okay.
So,
I'm only gonna ask that you continue to deliver on all of the punch list items. I believe there's still some outstanding documentation, and we'd very much like to have all that.
Absolutely. Is this documentation that,
It's on the punch list. It's
Okay.
From you guys.
Okay.
Some of the lift station equipment and so forth.
yes, sir?
Check with Charlie.
Okay.
you make a motion?
Yeah, I'll make a motion that we approve the settlement.
Well, we already paid those two.
Yeah, I know. Well, the final settlement in terms of liquidated damages, in that the court will pay out of the retainage of $738,000 and some change to De Guerrera $209,000. The rest of the county will retain, which is somewhere on the order of 530, I believe.
Second.
Got a motion and a second. Any discussion? Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Unanimous. Give Danny our best.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you,
And,
guys, ladies.
We'll make arrangements to draw up the settlement papers.
Yes, sir. If you need anything at all, please contact me. I'm more than happy to take care of it.
Thank you.
Thank y'all.
Long morning for you, thank you.
Oh, no problem at all.
How do you spell your last name?
Pouusson.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so it is now 2:10. And we're adjourning the regular business court meeting.